been trying to abstain a little today because I already smoked this afternoon and took a nap. So hopefully I'll have the energy to go with you pretty long here. But when I start smoking, if I start mixing things,
We're live.
It gets kind of narcotic. And I don't want to start talking about, I got to be careful with what I say. So we're going to have to, be easy with it for a bit.
We are definitely live. So hello, I am Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 370, featuring Foe20 Abnormal. How you doing, my friend? You want to tell us how we can find you and how you're doing this evening? Thank you for joining us, dude.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that I'm available. I'm not trying. That's an interesting way to, I guess, start it. I do post a lot on Instagram under underscore dot Foe20 dot underscore. I have a channel on YouTube. I do have a Facebook for AB Normal. That's just a page. Cannabis is a big part of my life, but I'm not like a breeder company. Where AB Normal is a medical co-op. Okay. And when we get more into how it happened, it'll be a little more understandable. And where I'm at now with it is still in such a weird position because, my life, I've been more of a musician, sous chef, saucier, culinary person. And cannabis has always been on the side. But I've always been in interesting positions and done and met interesting people to where things started connecting and made things very interesting, to say the least. So yeah, as far as finding me, that's Facebook or Instagram. When we will try to do events, used to do some events like go and meet people when the events first started around 2000, when the legal events, I guess, not the ones where you could go over to Amsterdam and shit, but when you could actually go to Colorado. And they had the first 710, the first 420 for high times. And at that point, we were all on the net, and we had met that way. And we've been doing this already for a decade or more, causing trouble. And then we got a chance to all meet, at a place like that, at an event where, some of us had booths. Dude, there's some wild times. We definitely got some interesting things to talk about. But yeah, as far as how to get with me, Instagram, YouTube, or I don't know, they can find me one way or the other, floating around. But it's not like I'm trying to put myself out there for people to find us. If it kind of universally happens, and it happens. If not, it's all casual.
Right on. Well, did you happen to bring something to smoke this evening?
Oh yeah.
No, I yet to chop something up.
All right, so let me see if I can present a little more light. I don't know if you guys can see what's happening. This is a little bit of Old Sog Super Silver. And then a little bit of that Raspberry Waltz that I've been posting on. Hold on a second. Let me turn the overhead on and see if that helps. All right. I'm going to do this real quick. That might, I don't know. It's really hard to tell what's happening there. It's even coming in focus. This is the Raspberry Waltz that I've been messing with here about now for the last 2 years, which is that hybrid of poodle nuts crossed to Mosca's blue raspberry moonshine, and Old Sog did the hybrid. I love it. I used to run Urkel a long time, so this is basically an Urkel pheno that I isolated out of the seeds I got from Old Sog. And I missed Urkel so much, and this is basically got like a faster growing Urkel that gets bigger with a little shot of chem in it. It is so fucking good. And then I also pulled the chem pheno out of that same pool that Old Sog made, which was nice. And so yeah, I got a nice little mix. There's a couple, and then some oil also from the same batches. What do you got? What do you got?
I mean, the first one looked good, but something about the raspberry sounded and looked a little bit more appealing to me for some reason.
Yeah, the
I
haze,
don't
that
know
old
why.
side super silver, that first one. I mean, we're going, okay, so picture a sweet pink grapefruit haze. That's what you're getting right here. Anybody that knows what I'm talking about there, that's old sog to me. All right, what he did in kind of his story that I got from him, old hazes were bred to later after hazes already been bred or whatever. People started breeding them to more indica based lines or faster flowering lines to get those hazes times down. So there was that haze NL, which was one of the first ones, and from the information that kind of came around was when he ran the super silver that he got from Neville or from Mr. Nice, and he found this particular pheno. When it grows like a haze. It's got the nice thin leaf pattern and very branchy, fucking outgrows everything. If you give it too much nitrogen, it's gonna overflower like a son of a bitch. But what's nice about it is it flowers like an NL. And look at that bud for a haze. That doesn't look blown out, does it? You know what I'm saying? And not only that, it's solid. Like I'm squeezing it. You see what I mean? Now, if you were to smell this, it doesn't smell like NL. It's actually got the old haze smell still. So if you guys have a chance to get a hold of Old Sog Super Silver Cut, it's some of the best old real haze still that you can get. Because I understand people are into Blue Dream and stuff like that. Blue Dream just doesn't have the haze that used to be what we kind of knew as haze. And just to verify, kind of clarify, for what's happening and what we're talking about, I'm 53 and I'm from the Midwest. But so I was a 60s baby and I was a kid of the 70s, but I was in there in the 80s. I was in my prime teen, balls out, doing crazy shit in the 80s. And dude, everything in the 80s was fucking fantastic. The fucking music, the drugs, fucking women were crazy. I mean, there was not, it's just what the 80s were. And I wasn't that hard into bud that, it was just something that happened to be in the forefront of my life because I was a musician, already into culinary, was an artist, and pot naturally was like a connecting factor for creativity and take my edge off. And you know how it is back then, it wasn't about how much you had or any of this shit that we're all into now or how super good or what it looked like. It was like if you had some bud and it got you high, everybody was your friend. That's all you needed back then. Shit. And then everybody got picky. But and then just from, I'm not sure. Can I ask you how old you are real quick?
Yeah, I am 49.
All right, so you're right behind me. So you're very close in there. One other question. Have you ever smoked real gold? Did you ever get a hold? Anybody ever hand you a Colombian or a Mexican, a Oaxacan gold or a Colombian gold? That you know of?
And back when I was too young to actually appreciate it, to be honest with
Right.
you,
No, and I'm kind of going
that
to take
was
you down that path. Yeah, no, I'm kind of
about
confused to what you're saying there, but I just want to know if you
18, to
understand.
be honest with you. And I had it. I knew this gal come back from Tennessee with some gold bud,
Okay.
and I didn't even think that shit was real weed, to be honest with you. She's like, "No, this is how I get it down there," and I'm like, "Huh?" I hit it sparingly, like, oh, I don't even, I just don't even look right. But it was good. It was definitely
Did you get a
good
look at
smoke,
it?
that's for
Did you get a
sure.
look
But
at it and a smell, a nose on it and everything? Did you kind of get an opportunity to really see what or were you just smoking it and being like, they told you, hey, we're smoking some gold and you smoked it and that's about.
oh no, I've seen it. I actually seen the bud briefly,
Because that's a
but
big
didn't
thing.
actually handle it a whole lot.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That particular
It
bud to
was
me,
more like presented to me here. Check this out. Let's smoke
you're
some.
hooking,
You know
and
what I
that's
mean?
how I experienced it too. I went to hook up. We went to score fucking back. This is what it was. And thankfully enough, this particular occasion, yeah, it was like some proper Colombian gold. And I think those traits and some of those varieties that yeah, we're kind of starting to lose, or something that we definitely just really pay attention to right now. But yeah, I'd like to take you down that path and kind of tell you guys how that all happened. And that think that'll kind of be interesting for people that are not only interested in the past and what we had that it is available now. I've seen it in some lines. That's why I want to talk about those lines, because I have seen it. It does still exist. You just gotta know how to make it express itself in certain hybrids of other lines, if that makes sense. So
Well, I guess we should get into this as a proper. I mean, we might as well start it out what we do with everybody else. When was that first experience with cannabis? What started you down the road?
all right, I'm gonna load this one up for you too. Get this fucking started. All right, just for shits and giggles, for kind of, here's the goofiest one to start. So I'm a Midwest kid.
Dive up.
Ooh, nice. All right. Your camera, what do you do? Like a 480? Are you in 720?
Never. No, it's supposed to be 1080, but
You're not
I
getting,
very
yeah, you're not getting 1080. Nice. And what is that? Are they both the same? One looked a little.
Oh, it was the same. That was actually the same, but it's Godiva by the American one,
Okay.
which is his I believe his cheesequake times proprietary mail.
Cool. I like proprietary. At least somebody's taking a little bit of pride and putting their thumbprint on something. It never hurts. All right. Well, cheers. We'll do this one. So, yeah, because my first time my babysitter forced me to get high, I was 9 years old. So that's where we'll start. So, yeah, give me a second. Cheers, man. All right. So, yeah, I grew up in the Midwest, and my folks were pretty conservative, and they were business people, and blah blah blah. So, just for location wise, most of my time has been spent in Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri. I was born in Missouri. Been through Colorado, basically hung in the Midwest mostly. So anyway, when I was young, I was about 8 or 9. And if you guys, anybody over 50 might know who Leif Garrett was, who was like this, I think he was a singer, TV personality. And that's who my babysitter looked like just like fucking Leif Garrett. And he was probably 18 or something. He was always my babysitter. And anyway, so what made it interesting for me is when we go over there, my mom dropped me off or whatever. But he had this fucking Tyco race car set, which was like 180 feet long. And I'd always bug him to fucking play with that thing. And he never let me do it unless I fucking would smoke weed with him. All right, which is pretty weird. So this is how, I'm 9. I don't give a shit about the weed and what's happening, but I'm looking at this fucking racetrack. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, let's play for this racetrack. So anyway, I was like, all right. And so he had a little, those bowls that were like little pieces of metal you could screw together, the little, not protons, but they had like the mouthpiece you could unscrew and that little plastic shit in the center, that kind of gapping piece. And there's like those old school fucking bowls that you'd bowl burn yourself with. You heat them up and people would be giving each other bowl burns and shit. So that's the first time I'd smoked weed. And he kind of taught me how to smoke weed. And I just remember, not remembering much of the experience, because in my own head, mentality wise, I don't think I got high until after puberty, until I was at least 12 or 13, even though I might have had access to it that early. And then maybe one other time after that, before I was like 11, 12 or 13. And so he made me smoke the weed, and I, to compare, I just remember like dirt, earthy. It was probably just fucking, Mexican, who knows what, but we're in the 70s. We're talking mid 70s. Okay. So who knows what it was? I don't remember getting high is the point. So anyway, then then he'd stall even longer because he'd get high apparently. And instead of letting me play at the fucking racetrack, he'd put on like Yes albums and fucking make me listen to like fucking all kinds of music for another hour or something. And then finally I'd be like, fuck, come on, let's play at the fucking racetrack. So finally, and so anyway, that was like the first time that, yeah, it was around here. I knew it was, like something was not, was a little different. And then the next time, it wasn't even like the next time, then you steal packs of cigarettes from your folks, you get into their liquor cabinet, your buddies folks smoke weed, and you hang out at his place and you can hear his mom and dad tapping their pipe on the thing, and you start getting curious, and then it starts becoming more prevalent. So anyway, about 11 or 12 years old, I was really into Kiss, the rock band Kiss. I mean, dude, I already wanted to be a musician at this age. I was pretty much just a little kid, jock, fucking wannabe kind of guitar player at this point. I was really getting into music, and but I was mainly an artist in school, and talked my dad into taking us to the Kiss concert in like 1980 or 81. And that was a fucking, I mean, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you know who Kiss is, but those early concerts, man, with the platforms and shit, and fucking Gene Simmons, and oh fuck. So anyway, he takes me and a couple of my friends, and so we go. That was my first concert. I was like 11 or 12, and I remember smelling it. It was fucking, people were fucking reefing that place out. It was definitely, this is at the Civic Auditorium in Omaha, Nebraska, probably 79, 80, or 81. I used to have the fucking concert ticket. I think I lost it. So anyway, that was the first time I kind of remember smelling something like, why, it doesn't smell like my dad's cigarettes. What is that? But, that was about the only experience of it. And so then after that, within a couple of years, we started getting into, hey, pot, this is, people are doing this now. It's the thing to do and whatever. And at this point, I had already probably done like Reds, and I'm like 12 or 13. And one of my buddies' moms was a nurse. And then a couple of other my buddies were just hooked up with the wrong people, like their brothers, and their brothers' friends are already hustlers. She had black beauties and fucking Reds. Dude, there was a lot of drugs back then. This is like, not to go down that path, but, and just to be straight, like, I'm not somebody who is like needs drugs or really hardcore into doing a lot of drugs or anything. I just like to have experiences and roll with the flow kind of situations. And when opportunities presented themselves, definitely take advantage of it. I don't drink, and I've never drank. I think that's one saving grace in my life, is I've watched a lot of people go down that road, and I just don't have the palate for it. It's not because I ever did drink or anything. So, but as far as other drugs go, mesc. I remember the first time I got really good pot, we were getting really good mesc at the time too. And shrooms and Sid, so much Sid, paper fucking everywhere. So that was Nebraska in fucking the 80s. So people think, okay, now one differential for when we get later on into talking about like varieties and how things happen as far as cannabis go, there's a gap that happened with like culture. So if you lived in the Midwest, what would happen on the West Coast would happen about 3 years before you saw it, if that makes sense. So something that would happen, or things that were happening on the West Coast, would move east slowly. And so when new varieties or drugs or whatever, or it would come, you know what I mean? There's always like a starting point for something. And so with cannabis, I know there seemed to be like this wave that would come across country. It would take a couple of years for things to kind of work their way across. And that had to do with all kinds of drugs, even when fucking crack came into the scene, and you had fucking gangs moving into the Midwest. And fuck, dude, I mean, shit got weird. I remember parts of Omaha being called Vietnam, man, because shit got fucking sideways. It was, and that was just that part of town. So anyway, all right, so yeah, the 80s. Now this is when we're seeing, I didn't see the Colombian yet. So at this point, we're seeing like regular commercial bud. Haven't seen the first Kush yet. We're seeing green skunk from Colorado a lot. Not really haze. We'd see like Afghan, some harsh bud. Afghan back in the day was not pleasant to smoke. Green bud, like Colorado green bud, $25 a quarter, $100 or $80 an ounce if you knew who you're getting it from. Really good. Like literally this, I have some the ISS, the Island Sweet Skunk grass skirt that I isolated. The reason I keep it and isolate it is because it's very reminiscent to me of the 80s green skunk that you get for 25 bucks a quarter. And when you take the jar off, it's a very acrid, clean skunk. It's not a dead roadkill, that shit. It's a different one. And the high is very up and fucking motivating and really expanding and fucking groovy and shit. You know, it's not overpowering and all that shit. So anyway, we were getting that green bud. And there wasn't much else. I mean, we're talking, you know, people might talk about how it was going on by then. And I have a lot of knowledge stuff that we can get into. You know, I don't know if people paid attention to some of the stuff that I posted on Instagram. You know, for example, I'm moving around right now. I was going to be going to Colorado, and I'm staying at my daughter's right now. Has a lot of my material, and so I'm going back through my material right now. So, for example, this is just what I have sitting around that I'm trying to kind of organize before I go again. And it's a collection of all kinds of stuff that I'm into, but when you got heavy metals, about every High Times ever published, including the first couple issues. Cannabis Canada, before it changed to Cannabis Culture, the early issues. Skunk Magazine, I did get the cover of that one time. You know, and then all kinds of Sensimelia, going back to Sensimelia tips, going back to the 80s. Earliest one, I think, is Marijuana Monthly, like 76. And all kinds of
impressive collection.
Yeah, you know, I'm definitely nerded out on it. I mean, it's just what it is. And this isn't what I consider a forte. This is just, you know, a good passion. But this information there's a lot. Not to say that we should base all of our knowledge off of whatever's printed like that, which we shouldn't, because there's definitely a lot of misinformation and stuff I'd like to get into as far as kind of what was happening back in the 90s when it got fucked up. The 80s was good, and I do agree with a lot of the leaders and stuff. Hold on a second. I'm trying to switch back up here. With a lot of the stuff that went down, you know, when OG went down and overgrow.com and certain things, that wasn't until after 2000. So the 80s, like I was saying, was great. I was there, lucky to be there. 90s. Okay, so by mid 90s, all that shit we're looking at there, High Times, no. So even though you see those magazines from the 70s, we didn't have computers. Okay, computers didn't hit till what, late 80s, early 90s, you know, whatever. So we weren't talking to each other. The only way you knew about anything, and that's why I'm saying that time gap between West to East Coast mattered so much, because the only time you knew about it is if you knew somebody there and you picked the phone up and you had that connection. There wasn't cell phones, there wasn't computers, none of that. So there was no connection beside High Times or the people that went from the States to Amsterdam and made those direct connections, which there's some interesting ones there too. All right, for example, Tony of Sagamartha. The reason why I'll mention him and whatever is because we're both from the same hometown. He's a couple years older than me. And I tried to work with him a couple years ago, actually, and help rebuild his company. And he's kind of fucking doof, but I mean, he did have access to some great genetics and put out some good lines. And the people that he worked with and where he was and what they accomplished was some serious shit. There's some definitely misguided stories. Unfortunately, I do know facts and the truth. And that's something I got to be careful about talking about, but there's a lot of things I can talk about as far as that goes, that whether they, you know, want to fess up to certain things or not. And we're talking about Adam, you know, Dunn, the first two American guys over there screwing it up for us. And they did well, you know, but, you know, they're very prominent in those early times for what we did over there. Because you have Tony Martha, you know, Tony of Sagamartha, who's literally from, you know, my hometown. And even here when he was in high school, he was telling people he was going to go over there and do what he did. But he was known here as Tie-Dye Tony, okay, because he was more into acid and shit. So anyway, he's a good guy. But it's a seedy business, as they say. Adam's a different character. I didn't meet him later. And just for perspective, at this point, I've met the people that used to grow for those guys. Okay, those guys may have produced things and had the connections. And not only that, I know where they got some of their genetics. And that's why I still have access to those and still hold some of those original lines. They go back and know what they are because I was there and experienced them. But, and then when all the breeder stuff happened over there, that's going to be where I think this might draw out. Because, all right, so yeah, we're all smoking weed all over the place, and everybody has these concepts of like, well, the work was done here and they took land races and this and that, and this group of people did this. And then you have so many controversies, stories like the Hayes brothers, did they exist? Did Robert make them up? Was Sam the Skunk Man and Robert fucking, did they work that whole fucking camouflage? Dude, there's just so much controversy on the backgrounds. And so instead of that, the way I ended up approaching everything was just working with plants. I gave up on the backstories because all that information, honestly, the stories aren't worth much, but what is worth a lot are the pictures and the little details, the terpene profiles, the types of effects, where their origins were from, why they looked that way because of their origins, whether they were acclimated to different regions later as they were hybrid and domesticated by us and worked to death and really fucked up at this point, sadly, to a degree. There has been a lot of progression. I'm not saying what we have now is bad by far. It's just very disconnected. And it's really hard to say that we're getting somewhere that's going to be fixable. Because like I say, we're kind of making a big stew out of everything. All right, like culinary. I'm culinary. So instead of going fucking cannabis, let's just go culinary for a second. When you learn culinary, there's French, there's Creole, there's Italian, there's German, okay? And that's what makes those dialects and those regions and everything those different. And now we don't understand the true mother lines and what they had to offer. So the hybrids we're making are based off of us like already using a mixed meal, a couple different dialects of meal, in one, have a German sausage with like an Italian meatball and something else, and then putting it together and being like, and it comes out good, and we end up like a turducken. Like that's what the weed is now to me, culinary wise, turducken. It's just all shoved together. Even though it's probably great in the end, when you eat it, it's fabulous. But is it what we really are after? I find more pleasure in the intricacies of all the different varieties and what each one has to offer rather than just compounding effects and pools. And it's like, I want to keep them separate. So if I want to mix them, instead of me going to a bud that's already hybrid to the effect I might like, I can start with this bud, which is kind of what I do. I start with a day bud that's kind of got a day buzz, but I know if I add this to it as I smoke through the day, it's going to alter that buzz, and now it's going to change to this. And if I add this on the end or do a dab or, go even heavier indica, it'll all combine and really get me to where I need to be by the end of the day and use it for that purpose rather than trying to create the next super hype strain that's going to be covered in crystals, which is like so secondary. The reason I smoke pot is it's like I smoke it so I get creative. So I feel like cooking, feel like eating, feel like playing guitar, feel like doing art. That's why I even am involved in cannabis at all. But unfortunately, I've jumped in head first into it too, because I feel there is something to protect. I feel that we do need to pay attention to what's going on, to the point that I studied botany for over 15, 20 years, to the point that I've studied this fucking plant to death. And I will fight for it. I've gone to jail a couple times. I've looked at 20 years and 50 years back to back at one point, fucking, just for a fucking plant. So, when you risk all that, and you still come out passionate about it, and it's not because you want to, it's just because, not to get too deep into some of my own personal bullshit, but I had some mental health issues not too long ago. And even though you're hearing me talk about being a sous chef and saucier and artist and musician and all this, and by the time I was breeding, I had my first kid or two. I was 22 or 23. So, life can be pretty bizarre, but at the same time, I don't know. It's, cannabis has saved my life, and I'm trying not to condemn the pharmaceutical companies, and that's kind of where my mentality was just going. I don't want to take you guys down that road because it's fucking dark. Our mental health system is fucked up, and unfortunately, it's in my family, and it hit me pretty fucking hard. And I used to be a really strong, easygoing, whatever. Culinary, there's a lot of ego. In bands and music, it's not that there's a lot of ego, but there's a lot of personality, passion as well. Art is more personal to each individual, so I feel that it is different, something I can keep to myself. And then cannabis is something also I feel like I keep to myself, but I can share with everybody, like my music and my art, even food. That's why I enjoy cooking. I enjoy, entertaining. I enjoy being able to create something that somebody else can appreciate. So I find like the joy in my life. And so, all right. So anyway, to get back kind of on a focus at all, because, my idea, what I was trying to say to you right there about mental health is, that's one of the main reasons I use cannabis. And there became a point where it didn't even work for me. And I don't want to condemn the mental health system, but if people do have mental health problems, mostly they're never understood by the people that are trying to relate to them, their family. I mean, unless you have mental health problems, you just can't ever understand how fucked up it can be. And I went through the meds and 7 fucking doctors and 3 to 5 years of therapy, and gave up smoking pot, fucking 8 years ago for about 3 to 5 years because it was not effective at all. And so even though we'll be talking about all this stuff, I just want to, make it clear that this isn't my life, and it saved my life. And I love the plant to death. And I don't think it's as simple, and I don't think it's classified correctly. Like, I want to take you on a pretty fucked up path if we're gonna, since we're gonna do this. But I think it's an amazing plant. It has possibilities to do so much more than we even get it credit for. And I just don't, when it comes to people and all the breeders and all the shit and the way things should be, after everything that I've kind of had to deal with, and even in my own life, watch other people and how they've been dealt with, and in the scene, it's just hard to, I don't know, find anything that's really like we're going in the right direction. I think we're all have good intentions, but it's still very dog eat dog. So giving out the information is great, but how much will it be appreciated? Will people really understand, and stuff like that kind of comes into question for me. But so, like, for example, and this is a fucked up one. What do you think a cannabis plant is? Do you feel it's an annual flower? Do you feel, what, just basically, a lot of, they say it's a weed, and we all know it's not a weed. So let's just go. We know it's a flowering plant. We know that the males produce the pollen and the flowers, and the females produce the fruit and the bud, which to me is the fruit. So, and we know that these do have a season to them. They have a evolution, a life, and they want to propagate themselves. They will save themselves and seed themselves, continue their own life. So what do you look at it as? Just as, you've known this plant, this long. Does it feel like an annual? What other flower do you know? Let's say, what other flower do you know that produces a fruit that not only you can consume, that has a chemical effect, that has terpene profiles that range from fucking top to bottom, uh, that has so like, okay, so I talked to this chemist, genetics mastermind guy, and I want to mention his name, but instead of doing that, so I proposed the idea to him. Now, because I was in culinary, because I don't drink and I'm very into flavor profiles and stuff like that, that's where I found a lot of my interest in cannabis too. Because as soon as blueberry and shit like that started hitting, it was like, wow, this is incredible. Like even AK had its own, just as acrid, and Kush's had the frankincense, incense, deep hash tones. I mean, there's just so much, so many different variations. When it did open up and the seed companies, you get seeds online and order. I mean, the 90s were fucking crazy as far as opportunities for new varieties and stuff like that. But all right, so anyway, I developed a really good palate and nose for just being able to isolate profiles and understand, certain types of pot, and realize they were connected, like there was something more going on. And I didn't realize that till later, because just as a culinary person, I'm just building that repertoire as I'm aging at this point. I'm only like, let's say 18, 19. All right, for one other thing, let's backtrack just a little bit. So we got past, I know I'm going, see, I shouldn't have smoked that bong hit, dude. I told you we shouldn't have fucking did that bong hit. So, all right. Okay, let's go back a little bit. So there was the green bud, there was mesc. We were getting great mesc and chocolate mesc. I also grew up with the local Hells Angels sons, because I was a guitar player. I was a musician. I was pretty good at the time. And they Dickie wanted to play bass and Calvin wanted to play guitar. And so my best friend happened to know them, and they were Angels themselves. We're talking about the sons of local regional leaders. So, and like, okay, so, picture that. You're 15, 16, you're hanging out with your buddy and his two buddies, and, we're all friends, and we're going into a strip club, and we're 16 years old to meet, the leader of the Hells Angels for this area in a strip club, just to say hi, to meet his dad, to meet, the two boys' dads. So we go in there, and he's sitting at a table, and fucking huge, gnarly biker dude, and he's got a stripper on each side, and one's combing his beard. And fucking, we're like, all right, we meet this cat, and we went there because he told us to come there. But the reason why we're going there is because it was Calvin's 16th birthday, and he's like, pick any two you want, and that's how that went. So anyway, that connection opened up, some doors to drugs as far as that goes. It was, that's just what it was. We're talking the 80s and a lot of Hell's Angel hustling. So I'm not going any farther than that. That's all we need to say about that. But it's all a lot of drugs. At that point, seeds started becoming like, seeds were not, they were still in bud. It was starting to get less. It wasn't like the seedy stem shit that you would just pick through forever and just barely be able to get some weed. Now it was starting to become something. And the green bud would have already been around. Like you say, we were seeing that, we'd seen the mess. And then we went down to South O. Okay, so like I said, we're still in Nebraska. This is in Omaha. And there's a Colombian family lived there. And I don't want to say their last name. I did on a different show. But so we just went down to score a bag. And it was a $50 bag, a half ounce. And so we go down to get it. He goes in, comes back out, shows it to me. And I open it up and I take a whiff and look at it. And it looked like it looked like brown weed. It looked like just regular Mexican, but it was really light gold. It fucking looked not tan. I'll explain more in a minute. So it just looked fucking weird. I was like, looked like fucking alfalfa almost. And I'm like, I don't know, man. But when I smelled it, it was like instantly, it was like, fuck, what? And I closed it. I'm like, we're good. And my guy went back in, talked to him for a minute, came out, and we drove off. And as we're driving off, he's like, yeah, that was a little hairy. And I'm like, why? He's like, well, they wanted to roll you for it. So they wanted to give me the weed and then invite me into party and then fuck me up and take the weed back after I paid for it. And fortunately, since we knew the sons of the locals, that didn't happen. So it went over. Anyway, we took that half ounce to a party down on 13th, this fat Cindy's chick's house who used to throw parties, and fucking stoned out half that party on that because we had this 2-foot bong. We take like this 4-foot piece of vacuum hose to it, dude. And we were just doing like 6-foot rips of Colombian gold in Omaha in the middle 80s. And that happened. Fucking, and it was a fucked up party. I got a gun pulled on me that night at that party too. So, I mean, it's that kind of party. So, that was the Colombian gold, but that had fucking serious impact. That was probably to this day, people talk about how things are strong and stuff like that. To this day, one of my top strongest stones ever, period. All right. So when they talk about the differentials, nah, it's still there. Okay. Now the clue into that I gave at the Adam Dunn show about Colombian gold for people, since we're on that note right now, Schramm. Okay, when it comes to isolating phenotypes and hybridizing, all the shit we're doing, you can take a cut of a hybrid somebody gave you. All right, and Schramm is a hybrid of Santa Marta Colombian Gold Toronto. Okay, that cut that goes around as Schramm, whoever pulled it out of the pool pulled a dominant Santa Marta out of there. It's very little Schramm, or very little Romulan, if at all. It's all Colombian gold. And I know this because I grew it for like 5 fucking years. And not only that, what's the thing about that is if you grow it, okay, now here's the part that I don't know if people really, grasp is, all right, to get that profile to come out like a gold, I grew it like a gold. I grew it like it was in fucking Colombia. I let it long flower. I didn't overfeed it. I didn't underfeed it. Colombia is very rich in all kinds of aspects. Okay. But I didn't grow it like an indica that came from India in the mountains either. I didn't grow it like a Hindu or the pink kush or anything like that. So I grew it long, got it really big, tall, and branchy, and ended up having this tree, this fucking beautiful tree of this plant. And we're about 12 weeks, which doesn't sound, that's reasonable for a fucking gold, a sativa dominant, that's very reasonable actually. But we were in a pretty high powered room, and I'll explain kind of the process we used to do later, which when I did discovery, I would do it at my house. Personally, I would test lines for their tendencies and their needs. And then I kind of got the idea of what they needed and how they fed and how they acted, we would move them to a bigger room and run them through production. But we'll get into that later. In a few minutes, I'm going to take a break and go smoke a cigarette. Unfortunately, I don't drink, but I am a tobacco aficionado. I mean, it's horrible fucking habit, but it's what it is. But how you doing, man? I want to take a breath. See, and this is what I'll tell you guys, anybody watching, before we got on, I told him what I found was interesting about his show is how he'll ask you how, what you're about. And then he just seems to it just comes out of the people talking. And I don't want to, I'd rather have a conversation where we're having, back and forth than just spilling. For some reason, I'm doing the same shit. I'm just spilling guts. So I don't know what you do, dude, but you got some kind of weird pot whisperer shit going on here. But that's a good thing.
I'm enjoying the story so far.
Cool.
It's a good story. You kind of haven't yet to get in on the grow part. I mean, you've kind of skipped ahead, but when did the actual grow start things?
Okay,
I mean, it sounded like it's
yeah,
pretty earlier, but
no, you would think, right? Yeah, no, bear with me, it's coming. And and that's why I've never been pushy about, hey, this is, I was there, and there's a lot, trust me, there's a lot of growing coming. That's for fucking sure. One of the first times, I will say real quick, like when I was 10 or 11, I remember seeing the first couple pot plants in my buddy's mom and dad's closet under a fluorescent tube, and they look like some skinny ass Thai skunk shit now that I think back about it. But that was as much other access that I'd ever seen about pot. Beside, I think we built a house on the lake one time. My mom had seen pot plants that grew wild in Nebraska, and she's like, "Oh, that's a pretty plant. We should bring it inside." And I was about 13 or 14 by then, and kind of knew what one was. I was like, "Ah, you don't want to do that." Beside it was ditchweed, and we'll talk about that too, because ditchweed in Nebraska is a very prevalent thing, and the paraquat thing, the eradication through Kansas and all that. It's still there in Nebraska. So the first, just okay. So growing, what we were doing at this point, I hadn't done any seeds yet. I hadn't ordered because we're in the mid 80s. So it was in the magazines and people might have been ordering, but I think just the people that were really hip to the scene, man, you had to fucking, I mean, I was young, dude. I was trying to get laid playing guitar into cooking. Pot was something I scored, and I was involved with it. And we weren't seeing all these varieties yet. It was very limited, very consistently limited. So, but I remember keeping bag seeds, and I remember my best friend's dad, like the first time, I'm going to grab a cigarette here in a second, and then we'll get back into it. But the first time I got high was very, like really high is an important thing to me. And then the first grow, and they kind of combine. All right. And it was about 12 or 13. And that's what I meant about saying, like, I felt like I needed to go through puberty before I got high, because the first time that it really, maybe it was his dad's pot that was just that good. Maybe because I had smoked before that. Like I said, we were stealing cigarettes from our folks and shit like that. So, but I'll go ahead and tell you that one real quick. So, the whole idea is we're going to go down and smoke with your dad. That was the whole game. So me and my buddy went down there, and his dad rolled up a joint. We started smoking it. And yeah, dude, shit changes. Like reality changes when if you smoke real pot, the first time that you actually get, I feel there's catching a buzz, there's getting high, and there's getting stoned. It's three very different things. Catching a buzz is something that's pretty functional and anybody can do anytime. Getting high, that's where we start. That, I feel, when you get high, your whole perspective changes. I don't know how that cannabinoid connection works like that or whatever it is. And getting stoned is lethargic, like where you're okay, like getting high, you overthink, you can get hyper, you can get lethargic. There's a lot of things with, a high, actually being high, knowing you're high, like being like, oh, I'm high, but then you get, to where you feel those type of effects and stones with different pots and drugs or whatever. And then there's stone. And that's like, now I'm not thinking of nothing because I'm so high, or I'm so high that I'm stoned. I can't fucking function, let alone think. So shit like that. So we smoked the joint, and that happens. And at this point, like, I'm high, and I'm looking at a comic asking his dad why Iron Man's wearing a gray suit in the comic, and they're fucking laughing their asses off because they told me to turn the channel to channel 3 from channel 6, and this is rotary TVs. So you got VHF and UHF. What do? I don't go from 3, 4, 5 to 6. I go the long way around. 3, 2, 1, 12, 11, and going in. And so his dad had a blast with my ass. And so, yeah, he got as high as fuck. And it was, I don't know what it was, but yeah, that was it. That changed it all. Then after that, you're always pursuing that feeling. It's like, what happened? It's like, well, I want to do that again. It wasn't because I needed it. It's because that was fucking stupid fun. That was retarded. I shouldn't use those politically incorrect terms, but fuck, back then that wasn't an issue. It's just a fucking word. So anyway, that's that particular high. And then shortly after that, we had thrown some seeds out in the cornfield. I'm gonna go smoke real quick. And we grew our first gorilla, and that's where that started. So that's right, almost me getting out of high school. But yeah, let me grab a smoke real quick, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Well, how you guys doing? Chat. Jason I Somo Vision for 24 24 20. How you doing, man? I have not seen the chat, but it's good to know you've been lurking in chat. Father and son trimming tutorials. Good to see you in chat as well. So many cool people in chat. Might as well do a quick shout out for it. Quick one. course, 420, 420, B13, Leo Bingus. Cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well. Captain 420, Chad Westport, Chicha B. How you doing, Chicha? John Gorski. Of course, Jason Axtone. Thank you, my friend, for hanging out and being here night after night. Greatly appreciated. Dozer, Vetus 207. Smiley's Gardens. How you doing, my friend? Bread Pill, Miss Green, motherfucking fingers, Thomas. Prometheus Soils. Ned Denver. Jason 662. How you doing, Johnny Caniseed? Hopefully you guys are all doing very well. What are you guys smoking on? Comfortably numb? Glad to see you too. Zippy. Zippy, nice to see you. I always have to cut you short, man. I always get tongue tied. Tongue tied on that name. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, Miss Madam T just popped in. How you doing, Miss Madam T? Cheers to you. Cheers. Getting that ink done tomorrow. I've got a whole day, hopefully, set aside to get my whole left area from probably down to there, from hip to just under the armpit. It should be a nice 6 hour plus sitting. Yeehaw. Right on the ribs. It should be big. I should be miserable through the whole T-Dog episode tomorrow night. But I will do what I can do. I'll try. I'll try to put on that happy face. I see me. Am I saying that right? Smoking that gelato. I had some, not gelato yesterday, but some good gelato, like really good ice cream. Some like double shot espresso gelato ice cream. On a side note, Barbara Matthews, cheers to you. Welcome to the show. Hopefully you guys are all doing well, man. It's always nice to see people check in, say hello, and chat there to make sure they're on the shout outs list. That's how you make the shout outs list is I gotta see that name come popping through chat. I gotta know you're there. I gotta know you're participating. I need to roll up another joint. That's what I need to be doing when I got the opportunity. Man, I've been doing a lot of work here in the garden, man. Things are probably the closest to being on point in a minute.
Aloha. All right, might as well go back again. Cheers, guys. It's probably a bad idea.
No, it's never a bad idea. Cannabis is never a bad idea.
No, it's not. All right, we'll just jump right back in. So, yeah, about this time we start just seeing better skunk and Afghan hybrids, stuff like that. And you could buy it, you'd be getting this bagweed. So you start saving seeds, and you're like, all right, well, how can we get something going? Because you would see high times at the gas station and be like, shit, something's going on, and know that there's a culture. But you got to understand, in the mid 80s, I don't give a fuck who you were, you did not talk about it still. It was not something you discussed. You didn't want to smell like pot. And the funny thing about everybody talk that, when I did get online in like 2004 and shit, and start talking, even though I was watching them all talk before that, and everybody's like after roadkill. They're all after skunk. And it's like, dude, if you ran the skunk from the 80s, or you still do, there's a fucking issue growing that pot. Because you can put 3 scrubbers in a fucking room with that shit, and you are still, everybody in 2 miles going to know you're growing skunk. That's how fucking strong that shit was. And so I don't think it's a matter of like we lost skunk. I think people started moving away from it because that shit was, I don't know, maybe we started going after profiles that were more, that didn't give you away or something, but I always thought that was funny. It's like, man, if they were really growing skunk and they got it, and be like, you're paranoid the whole fucking time you grow a real skunk, you're sweating it. Even in veg, they fucking stink you know? So you imagine taking down a fucking room with nothing but skunk at its prime, grown properly, just in, oh my God. And then you can't get it off you. Like I got hit coming off a train fucking from Colorado once, just working around cannabis. And they flagged my ass. They're like, everybody on that train thought I was carrying probably 20 pounds. And I didn't. I had fucking like a gram and fucking a handful of seeds, which they did get me for. And that was it. And they're like, dude, you fucking. And I just didn't wash some of my clothes. So I put them in my backpack before I got on the train. But you're so numb to it when you're around that amount of it. You're just like, you don't realize. It's like somebody that doesn't smoke cigarettes and they're like, God, you smell like a fucking ashtray. Well, if you don't smoke weed, you definitely, most people know that you do. So we were starting to save seeds. Like I said, we're talking, like Nebraska kind of area and a lot of cornfields, a lot of rural stuff going on. So needless to say, we had talked to one of my buddies and his dad was a farmer and they had a field out there. And I was really interested. I saw a green Bodie on there speaking Nebraska. I'm really curious to talk to that cat and find out what part of where his stomping grounds were. Because it's, that's one of the cool things about talking to people and meeting people online, especially when you've been to some place that they are familiar with and you're like, oh, well, about these guys or this place and that shit. Because to me, the stuff that we don't talk about online, the stuff that's more kept to ourselves is where a lot of what's really happened. And so I find that a little bit more I don't know, interesting than some of the stuff that we all lock onto and feel like is really the true stories of the culture, when it's not. It's the underground people we don't even know about that probably did all the work that we were just bastardizing for decades. So all right. So we make a deal with this kid to throw our seeds out there in the beginning of the year after they get the corn going, after they just start coming up. And we weren't, I think one of the guys were sprouting the seeds before we took them out there, but then we did a couple plots. Anybody that's done guerrilla style, usually will do, I don't know if this is common practice, but a plot map. And so let's say you have a couple acres of field, you'd have your markers of what streets, what rural routes you're kind of at. And then you'd have something that marked the fence line that you'd start your path. And you walk so far in and then so far to one direction or another. And that'd be your first plot. And you just lay a handful out. And then you go another direction and kind of just sparsely put little sections around. That way, there's not one group section of too many pot plants in the corn. Okay, so that's how you got away with proper guerrilla without losing everything. Because usually they'd till some of them up or some of them get ripped. Because as soon as they start flowering and get towards the end of season, not only the farmers know what's going on, anybody within a mile or two, and with the right wind is going to know something's going on over there. Because even though there's a lot of ditchweed in Nebraska, it don't smell like proper weed. And when you smell proper weed anyway, you either think there's a skunk close by or there's a big patch of some fucking proper fire. And so we only did that for like a season or two. And so what would happen is at the end of the season, we did just one part of the field, and his kid was the one that tilled the field and they harvest the corn. And he'd be able to miss some of it, but if his dad was with him, he'd just go ahead and till it over. And I don't know how he got away with it. So some of the plants would be knocked down and like tilled into the dirt. And if we knew where the plot was, we could go there and literally like find the stalk and kind of like shake it out of the debris that was left, and there'd still be all the buds in there. And it was kind of, some was fucked up and some wasn't. And we'd be able to bubble hash some of it because it's not like we knew those processes, but hash processes were kind of, like I said, high times. There were certain things that were being talked about. And, this is way past gold stamp, Afghan, which was early, late 70s, early 80s. So hash processes were probably even more prominent at this point in the 80s than the connoisseur level growing that we're at now, like this really tech advanced shit that we're doing. And even though, mellow halides and all that were available, it still wasn't to the degree that we're at now by far. So we did all right doing that kind of stuff. You know, you'd still get street bud or whatever. And so what really triggered me as far as growing, wanting to grow. So the second year we did it, you usually would see pretty good high plants that would come up and pretty much match the corn height wise, maybe about half the size, sometimes a little taller. And so we were getting these mixed varieties, nothing indica. No indicas were even seen yet. All right, at least in the Midwest, and we're talking early to mid 80s. All right, now if somebody's out there wants to, you know, go against that, this is where the argument starts, unfortunately. And I will fucking fight tooth and nail on this, because there's another part of the story coming up where I did see the first Kush that came across the country. And so this is where it might get a little bit weird. So anyway, the second year we did it, we did the plot and the seeds and all that. But there was this one plant that only had gotten about maybe 3 foot. Okay. And so they had plowed the field and everything was done. And we'd go and pull the stuff at night, you know, because that's how it worked. You didn't go out there during the day. You just wait till either they tilled or right before they harvested the corn, you go out and you take your plants down. And that's actually how you did the proper guerrilla without them getting tilled. So right when the kid knew that his dad was going to pull the field, be like, you guys need to get out there within the next couple of days and get all the plants down. See what I mean? So we just go out there and so we fucking start getting what we could. And you kind of be, you know, picky about it. You'd be like, oh, this one got hit by a deer, you know, so that one's fucked. And you're just kind of looking, and you're out there with a flashlight in the middle of the night, fucking being stupid. And some of it was proper looking bud, some was total trash, some didn't finish, some, you know, would be males, or we never really got out there and got into male female stuff. So even if it was, you know, it was still, some would be pollinated, some wouldn't, you know, so seeded or not. I don't think we got hit by cross pollination, because we were kind of smart enough to be up on a hill and away from areas that would have cross pollinated, which were a little bit further than where we were. If you guys know kind of where Valley and Fremont and Elkhorn, and okay, I don't want to say too much. All right, so but it's all the Platte River Valley, so it's a lot of hills and dales, blah blah blah. Okay, so the last time we went out there, we're at night and we were done, and we were going back down the road to leave, and we had already grabbed some of the plants, and it was a fucked up, you know, grab this time, because they had already tilled. We had done it a couple nights before, so we had pulled the ones that we could, but then we missed, and they actually tilled a day or two. And the ones that we didn't get, we were like, all right, well, let's go out and double check and see if there's any that we can pull up and hash or whatever. And so we did that, and we found a couple. But on our way out, we're driving, and there's like the moon's out and shit. And I don't know if this was fate or whatever. It's just kind of a cool part of the story. So, and I'm like, all right, so I see the horizon, and it's night, you know, and the moon's here, and all I see is like this fucking mound, this little bush. And I'm like, you know, stop, you know, because we're leaving. I'm like, hold on a minute. I'm like, is that what I fucking think it is? And it's in the middle of the cornfield, about where one of our plots would have been, but just sitting there. I'm like, that can't be. And so I'm like, hold on. So I fucking run up the hill, and sure as fuck, it's this perfect fucking little indica fucker, about 3 foot tall. And it was fucking beautiful. I'm like, all right. And those guys were like, he's just grabbing the fucking bean bush. It's beans or some shit. And I pulled the whole thing, root ball and everything. I'm like, for some reason, it was just like one of those, holy shit, what is this? I fucking turned into, what's his name? Fucking from the Lord of the Rings real quick. It's like, she's, you know, and fucking, you know, beelined it for the truck. And they're like, what the fuck? I'm like, look at this fucking shit. I'm like, holy shit. And we're all freaking out. So it's like me and 2 other buddies. We go back to my apartment, and we didn't know nothing about really, you know, we were already kind of learning dry cure processes, but the stuff that was done at the end of the season before we chop, and then we let it hang somewhere, or we just process it right away, because we were still kind of kids and didn't know really what we were doing. So it was just like, take it off the branches, we'll dry the bud. As soon as they're dry, we should be able to smoke it. And most of the time, you could probably get away with that. A lot of the times, we just fucking get rid of it. sometimes you couldn't. It was like, nah, we just need to leave that sit over there for a while and see if it gets any better, which sometimes it didn't, most of the time it didn't. So anyway, this particular plant, um, I took to my apartment instead of taking it to like a buddy's garage or wherever, somebody's basement where we normally take any amount. And I kept this one close because it was big enough to keep close. And we put it in the garbage bag and I took it to my apartment. And I remember putting it in I left the root ball on. And I remember putting it in there's you know how your water heater or whatever in apartments, like in a little closet in between like your kitchen and the back rooms. I remember because I was freaking out. I had a fucking pot plant in my apartment in the middle of fucking a place you don't want to have a pot plant in an apartment, a state and a city. So I put that in there hanging with all the leaves. I think we trimmed the leaves off of it, but we left the root ball on and everything intact. Stuck it in there because I wanted to start dehydrating it slowly. I figured the water heater pilot would just kind of do it just enough. And so gave it a couple days, but I remember over crisping it. A couple days later, I felt it and it was like, oh, fuck. So I kind of worried about it. So I put it back in the garbage bag with a little bit of moisture and re-moisturized it again. Now, maybe it was just overnight and it happened real quick. I remember drying out and putting it in a bag and re-moisturizing it. But what made it unique was within the root ball in that first day or so of cutting it and it not really being completely dead. Because to me, even if you pull the root ball, you know, even if you chop it, it's still alive while it's in that dry cure phase for a while. You know, it's still a lot of processes and chemical changes. So we're still in that first 24 hours. I remember it getting too dry and then rehydrating it, but I wrapped it in a plastic bag and put it in my freezer for some reason. I forget why I did that. Now that changed the outside of it to like this black purple and did something to the resins or something. So anyway, this pot came out to be in like one of the first experiences I think anybody that I knew and myself had with a kush or a real indica. And when you smoked it, it wasn't like anything you had had for the last 10 years. It was fucking like, it's not a haze. It's not a skunk. You can't compare it to anything. It's like fucking drinking beer, you know, a good beer. You had stouts, but now there's fucking scotch. You know, this shit, it fucking hit you like a fucking whole different beast. And not only that, the way that dry cure, whatever we did, or the way it finished and all that, added to even more. It made it like super fucking good. It was fantastic. One dude I know, my girlfriend's brother, held onto a butt of it for 5 years, and he would just take a little piece off and do a bong hit once in a while. You know, it was that kind of, it was just that next level. And that got me into wanting to be like, something happened there. I think we can figure this out, you know, because I was already starting to cook at this point. I was definitely learning guitar. Me, myself, as a person, I like to really master things. So when I get into it, like studying guitar and learning to play, you know, being an artist is something you're born with. By the time I was 3, I was drawing. And I'd won an art contest by the time I was 6 for, you know, the school I was at, just my high school. Music came later just because people influenced music. And I had a direct desire to want to play guitar, even though I started on like cello and shit like that. Guitar in music, you know, that's one of the reasons I like smoking, because, you know, anybody that plays music or is really into guitar or, you know, just a true musician, you know, there's that point where even though you're catching a buzz, when you play music, you like almost disconnect and you can create just these fucking incredible fucking, you know, melodies and harmonies, and it just opens up that creativity. You don't overthink, and, you know, just the whole idea of getting, you know, putting your whole self into it without feeling like it's work, you know. But then, I don't know, when you smoke, you know, with theory, like, not to get too complicated, music theory can be very complicated. And instead of trying to explain to you guys what a passing tone is and why it is and all that stuff, which I'm almost trying to do, and that's why we shouldn't be smoking weed while we're trying to have these conversations where we explain it. But all right, so at that point, I was like, I wasn't into botany, I wasn't into pot, wasn't into growing nothing. It was nothing to me. I was into music theory, and I was just starting to get into cooking. I was a kind of a developing artist. shit, I'd already been in football. I was a football kid, a wrestling guy, been on the tennis team, water skier. I was slalom water skied, pretty normal life. Um, then the late, okay, then the biggest change, that fucking clone, the first Kush clone to come across the country. And it wasn't fucking OG Kush. I can tell you that fucking right now. So, at this point, I got two kids. I'm like 20 something, 22 or 23. It's late 80s. And I've been growing now for a minute. Now I'm growing in my house. I have a metal halide in my basement and a couple plants around it, and all from bag seed. I don't think anybody was passing cuts even at that point, because it wasn't like you're like, hey, I got a stump, here's a cut. It was all still seeds. You were people, I don't know, maybe guys on the coast or the big, because Operation Green Merchant was in the 70s, so there was people doing underground warehouse shit, and I know there was a lot of progress that happened here and there, but we didn't see it like that in the Midwest. And I would think that 99% of all the people, even involved in cannabis back then, you didn't tell your brother, let alone anybody. So, whether there were people that were that involved or not, I doubt they're, that much in the forefront. Even though you have people like Wolf Siegel, who, he tells you the story. He was the guy that was busted with the biggest count for Operation Green Merchant, was like 12,000 plants. Now in the 70s, getting hit with 12,000 plants, fuck, you're fucked. And the first time I got hit was with that fucking Kush clone that came across the country. I got it in about late 80s, about 88, I think. I got hit in 92 or 93 and was looking at 1 to 20 for that fucking thing. That's how the 90s were, the early 90s in the Midwest. There wasn't no understanding for pot. They looked at that as might as well have been fucking coke or heroin. There's another thing that'll never be the same, a coke from the 80s. Not to go down that road, but anybody who was actually there knows what's up with that. You guys watch that movie Blow or watch anything about Narcos, yeah, we fucking lived that shit, and they weren't fucking around. That shit was, I hate to go even bring up that topic, but it's what it was. I mean, and it made things change, but it was part of why it was wild, because it was fucking so good, and it was just wasn't what it is today. It was just a whole different beast. So, I was living or had a house at this point. I was working, doing assistant manager, kitchen somewhere shit, probably playing a couple guys on the side trying to make a band. I had my woman and a couple kids and her mom and her boyfriend in my basement. And her mom's boyfriend was kind of a scrappy dude. He always bought from me. I usually, was so good. Like I said, at this point I'm growing, but I'm still buying QPs. And at this point, I think I'd even sold, like I didn't grow it myself. I think we hooked Ronnie James Dio up with a QP one time. I didn't grow it, but we got it for him because, there's an argument about surfers having the weed and how it all came across the country and all that with surfers, but the musicians were also involved. The black jazz musicians with the reefer and all that bullshit. And that's true. And not only just with the black musicians in general. So I understand the surfboard stories and the surfers, but they forgot all about the musicians. And musicians had more access than surfers, because surfers were dirty hippie surfer fucks, the way they were looked at back then. Just like I was looked at like a dirty hippie stoner fucking through the 80s, even though I wasn't, because it was more grunge by then. We're starting to get to where it was flannel shirts and fucking Harley Davidson t-shirts. It wasn't fucking hippie shit, but there was that hippie attitude of pot, So there were no thugs, there were no rap, none of that shit existed. Didn't fucking have anything to do with anything. All pot was all about peace, love, and fucking hippies, and it was supposed to be. So, but like I said, the musician scene, that was huge. I think that had as much impact with pot getting around as fucking the surfers. But that's anyway. So not to get off tangent, but yeah, one year, the reason why those connections, I ended up selling Snoop a couple zips too, and pinched him pretty hard on the price. We'll talk about that later though. So the reason why the deal thing kind of happened is because limousines are needed to get people from their hotel, and managers usually are already have connections. And so when Ronnie James came through, he knew somebody that worked for Jeff Kaplan's Star Limousine, and that's somebody who knew us. And so they were all put the word out, hey, Ronnie James looking for a QP. So we got him a QP. And then just a quick Snoop thing. The Snoop thing was weird. That wasn't too long ago. That was like 7-8 years ago. And he bought 2 zips from us, and we hit him for about $700. Okay. But now remember, about 10 years ago, Bud was still almost 400 a zip. So don't, we didn't hit him that bad. For you guys that are like, damn, put a pinch on Snoop. We actually did him pretty right, because for the time and what he got, we gave him so his manager just put a word out, and we just happened to be the people that heard. And my buddy is the one that heard, because he had a connection with the guy that worked for where Snoop was going to be playing, or where he was staying, or whatever it was. And he didn't quite have enough. He only had about a zip to give him. And that's why he called me, and we were already partners. So he's like, you got about enough? And I was like, So we kind of what we did was we gave Snoop basically 8 different varieties in 2 ounces. So just, like a quarter or half a certain thing. So he got all of our, dude, I think he got like blueberry and purple butters and fucking maybe P98 Bubba, shit like that. Some really good stuff, man. And we heard he didn't finish it. He didn't give us no mentions in that movie. No, he had to leave some of it, because when a lot of the bands tour, they, they're going to get stopped, so they don't roll holding. They'll hook up and smoke and leave it where they're at, or try to roll clean. So that's what I'd heard his process was, is he'd show up and buy and smoke it all up and move on his way. And if he didn't, he'd give it away, or just get rid of it. All right. So after the started growing, and my girlfriend's mom and boyfriend in the basement, he gets a visit from this cat. And at this point, I'm wanting to be a pretty hardcore guitar player, and I'm upstairs playing, and this fucking huge guy comes up, and he's from Oregon, and I do have his name written down somewhere out. We don't need to get into all that. And he sits down, and I've got a nylon string classical sitting next to me, and he's like, hey, you want to smoke one? I'm like, yeah, because I had to live my tray out in my bong. And he's like, well, I'm going to roll one up this. I'm like, all right, you bet. And he saw what I had, which was probably just some regular green bud. And so he rolled it up, and I could smell it was different. And I was like, all right. But like I said, I'd had that indica experience already. So I was like, all right, whatever. And I remember looking at it and being like, this doesn't look normal. Now this is okay. So an indica is one thing, but a kush, I mean, a real kush, it's so much. It's so blended into everything now. It's hard to be like, oh, it was so different. And it is so different. But compared to, I got a bud down there from Justin's School of Hard Knocks of his Whataberry. It has like a berry kush in it. And it looks like, aesthetically, the same bud that I was growing in 88 that I got from that dude. But smell wise, there is actually some of this, the profile is actually kind of there. But all right, so anyway, this guy twists up a doob, and I pick my guitar up, and guitar players like to do what they call cutting heads, which is kind of like feeling each other out, seeing you can play better. It's almost like what you do when you fucking go to match bowls with somebody who's got the better bud in your crew, in your fucking peer group. And that's how you start to, people start to know what's happening. Like, God damn, every time that dude shows up, he's got that fucking fire. And one of the things that I believe any really good grower will hear, if he's that good, is somebody tells him, that was the best bud I've ever smoked in my life. And if you've heard that more than once or twice, then you are doing something special. And I've heard it plenty. And I don't care if I hear it or not. You know what I mean? It's not what it is. It's like, it's why people come back. They get like, what the fuck was that? It was like, it got me high, but that was a different level, man. There was something that was deep shit, like, fuck yeah. You just felt what I fucking put in that, It's like, and that's kind of the type of connections I get to things. And I talk about mastering, but also that connection, that really putting, every piece of yourself in it. So, yeah, so at that point, he rolls it up, we start smoking it, and the flavor's phenomenal. This is definitely, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, it is OG, it is Hindu, it is Afghan, it's complex, but not as over complex as a lot of things are now. Like Bubba was really close to the flavor, but Bubba has a very strong coffee front. But that rich earth, frankincense, incense, hash, black hash. But if you don't know what the Affy black hash was like in the 80s, and that me saying hash might have a different interpretation to you. And so, but it was all that and just a fantastic deep body stone. And it hit you like nothing else. And this is before everything. I mean, those guys can argue, oh, we had it in the late 70s, early 80s. Nah, fuck, you might have, but it wasn't in the fucking Midwest. So anyway, not only this guy had the bud, I shit you not, he's like, you want to buy some clones? Your boy tells me you grow. And he's talking about my girlfriend's mom's boyfriend. I'm like, yeah. And I show him my plants, hey, check them out. He's like, I got you. And he says, this is Mazari Shri Hindu Kush from Oregon. And it's been there a couple years as we've been cloning the mother. It's on its 20th generation, this clone. Like he was telling me shit I didn't even really understand at the time, like the 20th generation. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. Okay, it's a plant. I get it. I'm gonna grow it. This pot's fucking bomb. So he sold me 5 clones for $5 a piece, rooted. They're pretty. And I guess okay, now this is kind of why I feel that everybody has the same kind of stories, or, we all have a story. So this guy not only sold me, a nobody from the middle of fucking nowhere, these 5 clones of what I do believe is the first Kush that was making its way across. He was doing it everywhere. So that fucking thing, just like, that Bubba dude talks about how he got a hold of a Cali NL and some Kush down in Florida, and Bubba and OG were created. I can see it just because of how things fucking happen. It's so random, but it all kind of ends up connected somehow in the end. That's fucking weird, but it's just the way it, seems to be working. Comes around full circle one way or the other. With my perception of it, it's just more complex and harder to define now because we're mixing so many cuisines, so to speak. So anyway, that fucking plant, I had that rolling for years, for like I said, till 92 or 93. Unfortunately, the house I was staying in had and this is also when the price changed. All right. And we're actually right after that. So instead of getting a quarter for $25, now all of a sudden it's what are we at? We're not at the 400 range yet, but we're close. It fucking jumped big, and that sucked. At the same time, it didn't. Okay, producers, you just quadrupled your fucking money. We're all growing the same shit, but all of a sudden everybody's paying 4 times as much, whether it's Kush or not. That Kush changed the whole fucking game. So it has fucking bearing. But unfortunately, it was just a variety of, of the range of possible varieties, just that one type. But it fucking had impact, man. It was, it was solid. You could, a pound of it wasn't fucking this big. You know what I mean? It was fucking, you could get a pound, you could get a pound in a pretty compact thing, and the buds weren't fucked up, and it's just what it was. So yeah, after about 3 or 4 years of that, the house I was renting was going to get an insurance inspection. They were selling the property. They're going to bulldoze it. Me and my partner, like, all right, we got to fucking move this. My partner was ex-military Marine. We tried to do things as fucking slick and tight as we could, and it just didn't work out. Moved them in the middle of the night. It was only a 10-plant operation. They were about halfway into bloom. So we had plants that were about 2 to 3 foot tall, in bags, moving in the middle of the night to a van in the driveway, and then over to his place, taking them from my place. What I think happened is my neighbor smelled, who knows what. They watched us for a couple days. I was working. They hit both houses at the same time. They hit me while I was at work. I didn't have anything at my house at this point but 12 cuttings. I was just doing the cloning and keeping them sustained. Everything was over at the other place. They hit both places at the same time and me at work at the same time. Snatched him and everything up, got me. Now it was my first charge. So unfortunately, it was a manufacturing charge. So the first charge was 1 to 20 for manufacturing. It was my very first felony charge. So they pleaded to me after they waited because it wasn't over 10 plants, so it wasn't no federal issue. Pretty small op. It came out to over 2 or 3 pounds because they weigh it dry weight, but what did they do? They took the root masses and everything with that one, which I thought was fucked up. I think they shook them out because I've been hit after this, and the second time or third time I got hit, whatever. They cut the stalk and took the top. But in this particular instance, back then, they fucking took the whole root mass. So then they dry it and they weigh it, and they are giving me a possession charge at this point. Now it's based on weight. So I got hit with 2 or 3 pounds. I'm like, all right, well, you never had anything prior. I didn't have any priors or wasn't no fucking habitual. So like, all right, we're gonna give you 0 to 5, and I did like fucking 6 months, and I had a job. So within a couple months, I got on work release. They took me out to Lincoln Pen for a minute. Before I went to work release, I was in jail the first couple of weeks, or about a week or 2 or a month or so, maybe more. Yeah, because it took me a while to figure out I could get work release, do the paperwork and everything. It fucked me up. It was weird. It was a weird situation. I wasn't a criminal. I was just growing bud and doing my own thing. So, but it worked out for me because when you do go into jail as a grower, everybody wants to be your friend. They're all bored to death in there anyway, and anybody that smokes weed or anybody that's a criminal looking to profit from being able to produce their own fucking profit, they're like, teach me, man. So I had it pretty easy in jail. That went well as soon as because when you go in, you find they got this is when the newspapers would be in the jail, and they'd have your charges and everything circled. They know who you were when you were walking in. All the convicts did, beside all the guards and shit. So they already knew, because the guys that were like molesters and shit like that, if they walked in, they were waiting for them motherfuckers too, all the little kid freaks and shit like that. So I mean, that's the judicial system and the whole jail prison system is a whole nother fucking life in its own. So got through that pretty easy, did the work release, got fucked that up about 2/3 into it. Couple of years into after I got out, I was on probation. So I did do the work release for like, whatever, 6 months or so. I had 3 years probation because the judge is like, yeah, we're giving you this, and it's gonna be 3 years probation, and it's gonna be another 6 months at the end of sentence. He threw this thing on, I forget this part of the way, the sentence went. And so I was out and I was on probation, and I got violated about 2 years into it. And I was that was tricky because it was like, I should have just fucking bit the bullet and been like, all right, whatever, I'll go do whatever the judge wants me to do and be done with it. But for some reason, I was like, you know what? Fuck this state. Fuck these motherfuckers. And I bailed to Kansas. So this is where now we're getting into the late 80s, early 90s. Okay, no, we're in the early 90s right now. And the reason why this matters is because not that I was in Kansas, but this is when seeds became a big, big deal. This is when, there's already been cups in Amsterdam. This is when shit's already gone down in California and Oregon, and all that shit's happened. There still is no OG. There still is no D's. There's fucking no chems, none of that shit. It's really, this is the early 90s, the catalog from the 80s that Neville put in there. Those people had bought those. You have the guys from Sacred Seeds, which, you got the fucking story. Were they full of shit or was it for real? And unfortunately, I do believe has to be some truth to it, just because the way they did the descriptions. And I could go on, I love the name of your show, the wormhole part, dude, because fuck, I can take you guys down a wormhole that's just endless, and it's got so many directions on top of that. And I've talked to the people that have been involved and literally had, All right, for example, in the 80s, 90s, Matanuska Valley Thunderfuck, everybody that knows what MTF is and stands for, all it was a bunch of lines that were sent to the valley. And the people in Alaska hybrid this beast of a lion called Matanuska Valley Thunderfuck. Okay. Now, it didn't come back like that. What happened was some people from those groups came back through the States and through Europe, just like that guy from Oregon did that clone. These people would travel around and sell their seeds. Now, genetics were an issue at this point. Now it was like people were understanding what was happening, especially by that mid 80s point. I was a kid and just feeling it out. But those, like I said, there's people that knew what was going on. And there was fucking serious work already well done by this point. But like I said, by the time we're getting to the late 80s, early 90s, now it's hit the Midwest. Now it's hit the East Coast. It's already been over in Amsterdam. High Times are having cups over there. I think we won the Adam or Tony. I know Tony won with Western Windsor, got third place in early 90s. And the story with Western Winds is real convoluted. So anyway, this shit's really going down now. So all that seed work starting to really be available to people. And like I said, the Kush has come. And it's not that it was just, like I said, there's skunk and Afghan. I didn't see haze a whole lot in the Midwest. So I'm assuming that was a Surfer Coast thing, and probably the islands and, other places. And, Africa had Durbans and things like that. It's like each country and region still had like their own diversities, even though it was all starting to mix now, or definitely starting to mix. And people were beyond it mixing. Now they were thinking, what we do now is we have these moms that will be like, this one gets me this high, this one's got that flavor, and has that effect. Well, this is why I want to mix them. People are doing that then, but no one had done it at that point. Neville, I guess, sat on his couch and was the first to kind of be like, well, I'll sell seeds. But he got those seeds from other people and knew, was that guy, I guess, that did that realization. It's like, I can hustle this. I can really make some money. But then you also had Sacred Seeds and I'm trying to think. There were two groups in that Cultivator's Choice catalog. It was Sacred Seeds and somebody else. And those were the first guys, I think, that were doing a lot of the breeding, that got together and did the backbone of they worked pretty much with the lines that are the backbones of everything we have now. I mean, period. Because we all think what we do, everybody knows about, and no one cares or knows what we're doing. We're talking right now, and there's probably, a handful of people watching, only so many people, watch it later. But in the reality of all of it, if you were to get 1,000 people together and ask any of them the name of a breeder or an Amsterdam seed company, you'd be lucky if two of those people would be like, fucking Simon from Serious Seeds and fucking Adam Dunn from TH Seeds. There's just no one knows who they were, and it's just I just feel like the cannabis breeder really culture is so buried under everything, and we're so small of a population that I don't even see why we argue about the stuff and fight over genetics, because we're out of those 1,000 people, that the majority might smoke the weed and be like, that shit's great, have no idea what it is. They don't care like we do. They don't care about the varieties. They don't care about how it's grown. As long as it gets them high, it does what they need it to do, especially medically. People that don't even smoke weed or want anything to do with it, that have cancers and shit like that are like, I don't give a fuck what the drug is, just give me something to help. There's all kinds of perspectives for why we use it. But like I said, that's kind of my concern for where it's going, why I think we still need to try to grasp where it's going, and hopefully it's not lost. But so we're at 90s. Trying to think, the first couple catalogs. Okay, so you remember Neville's catalog and Mr. Nice Seeds, Super Sativa Seed Club, the Seed Bank. Super Sativa, I don't have the catalogs, but I'm sure some of your older guys might, and you guys, I hope, know what I'm talking about when I talk about those early seed catalogs. After Neville's was just a pamphlet. I think it was like his actually Neville's was just a piece of a fucking advertisement in High Times, like in '74. I didn't even been actually maybe that was early '80s. Okay, and so then you had the Cultivator's Choice one, and that had it was like a menu, but it only had like 12 varieties. And another thing, real quick though, on that Neville's thing, if you look at the varieties that were available from Neville, I thought that was really interesting because he says original haze, and there was 5 of them. There were 5 different hazes, and one of them, he even said it didn't finish until like February of the next year, which I really loved about the way Neville presented information. It wasn't like it was in the '90s later when they're like, we got that 12-week haze, we got that 10-week haze. It's like, come on, you guys, we got that fucking 8-week blueberry. How are you giving me these super sativas or these mixed sativa dominants that are finishing in 8 to 10 fucking weeks? If for one, it's fucking impossible. So how are you doing it? And they weren't. They were forcing them, and they were getting them to finish fast, and they were coming up with some nice, good little frosty, tasty buds, but it wasn't matured and grown regionally properly like it would have if it was in its place of origin kind of concept. And so that really gets distorted in the '90s, and that's why it's so fucked up in the '90s, because that's where it really starts to get twisted. Because now we got these breeders that are coming out of the '80s with this great work that I feel that was done then, and now we got the fucking this guy passed this guy a clone, the bubble gums. Even though Adam had a cut here and it's coming out of TH seeds, well, then how did Simon get it? Okay, well, Adam gave the cut to Simon, but Tony's got it too. Well, Adam and Tony, or Tony got it from Adam. Okay, so they all have the same bubble gum. Yeah. Okay, well, wait, then why does Nirvana have a bubble gum? Well, theirs is Bubblicious, and everything that Nirvana has, they kick it to a fucking skunk. So even though it might be called fucking AK-48, it's AK-47 crossed to Nirvana's skunk. Even though they have a bubble gum that's called Bubblicious, it's Nirvana's version of bubble gum crossed to their skunk, making it their own. And they kept it differentiated that way. I don't think Simon, Adam, and Tony ever variated the bubble gum because they didn't have to. They used it directly. I think Tony used it for Bubbleberry and DJ was starting to work with Tony at that point. And they did, trying to think of the other one. Yeah, Bubbleberry was the one. Simon had straight bubble gum, and I think Adam also had bubble gum for TH seeds, which I always thought was weird how there wasn't like that. I don't know. It was like Simon, I don't know. You see, and that's where it gets kind of weird. So one of the things that I believe happened over there, just to throw that on the table real quick before we start going down that fucking road. Even though they all had a catalog, okay, so you got the Super Sativa Seed catalog, you have the Seed Banks catalog. Tony and Adam worked together at the Hash Museum in Amsterdam or whatever, and that's how they started their thing and got together with the Dronkers brothers and Sensi Seeds, and all this shit started evolving. Okay, so what you have is basically the same shit we're doing. We all are in the same kind of town doing the same kind of thing. We start talking. There's a couple guys that know a little bit more than everybody, and they're teaching this handful of people, and that's how that all evolved. And when it all split apart, they all had their own individual ideas and work. And even though it was done in Europe right about that time, a lot of those fucking genetics came from the States, man. And they really don't give a lot. And you even see it in the catalogs. The Cali O wasn't done in fucking Europe. It's called California Orange for a fucking reason. Northern Lights, man. It says Pacific Northwest. That's because that fucker was made in the Pacific Northwest. Those genetics were made here and then moved there and then produced fucking nonstop for decades there in Canada and there. But there's so much work done up there in the Pacific Northwest and Canada, Vancouver and Federation, those companies up there that also did a lot of stuff compared to the European seed makers and breeders. Vic fucking High, see, and this is where I'm gonna do a bong hit. This is where I really want to, the guys that have been, really passed over lately. And I unfortunately with Subcool passing away, rest in peace. I wasn't that big of a fan of Subcool, but Vic High's work was fucking monumental to me. Jim Ortega's fucking work. And I'm would assume anybody under 30 years or maybe even 40 now has no idea of what the fuck I'm talking about. And these are guys that literally, I think I made a post on Instagram saying even that about Jim. This is the guy that worked one of, if not some of the first Afghan lines that were. It's not that they weren't being worked already, because like we were talking about the 70s, that we already knew about hemp, and they made rope for the fucking used hemp and whatever to make rope for the Navy through the 40s, 50s, and all that. But Afghan pot and all that, and the whole us sending troops over there, and then you have Vietnam and Thailand and Thai weed and how that came over. But the Afghan thing was a whole different beast in that pot. When that happened and when it was domesticated and worked in the States, in our climates and in our, taking it from fucking Afghan, basically the dry shit Middle East, if it wasn't up in the mountains, where it's a little better, but taking it from someplace like that to someplace very rich where it could just really go off. I think that's why it did, because it had a chance to really become something that just took it to a whole nother level. But all right, so yeah, the seed companies, just not giving fucking credit to each other, and a lot of fucking backdoor seed shit happening and clone stuff, and DJ straight getting fucked by Tony and Sagamartha. And he told me that himself, which is horrible. I fucking love DJ and the work he had done. We're talking DJ Short. And first time I met him, he's like, and he saw that I was working with Tony and I'd already kicked Tony to the curb, because that's another part I guess we can get into here at some point. I worked for Tony and he wanted me to help him, get some new shit out there. And I had it ready to go. I had a bunch of new lines and a bunch of work that he could have used, and some stuff he still had in his pocket I could have worked for him. We started doing it. I put about 2 years into it. And then he pulled, if anybody knows Tony, he pulled the Tony. It didn't go the way he thought it was going to go, which was me handing him everything and saying thanks, and me get paid on the back end or something. That fucking shit wasn't happening. So he figured that went sideways. And then he's like, told me and the other people that were involved, he just wants to make feminized seeds now. So now I got a bunch of shit that I don't even want to be running. That's some of his stuff. We got, we're doing selections, we're doing stabilization. Some things are throwing herms that we can't use. So I'm just, having to chop shit, just trying to do selection and come up with, things that are going to be worthy to put my fucking name on it, let alone his. And he don't give a fuck, I don't want to get too personal. And see, that's the problem with getting into these conversations, because it's going to kind of fucking start to go that way. And I'm not making that my intention. So anyway, to try to get back on some kind of track. The seed company stuff. So I'm in Kansas. There's a hairpin turn for you with all that fucking nonsense. So now I'm in Kansas, and I meet up with these guys that have actually gone over to Amsterdam for a couple of years, and they bought some seeds. And now where are we at? Early mid 90s, about mid 90s, I think. Sounds about right. Yeah, in Kansas, mid 90s. All right, and now we see the first fucking real ones. AK-47s in my buddy's basement. Blueberry is in my buddy's basement. I forget what else he had. And I was kind of the guy that knew really good bud. I always had really good bud. Always had the good connections. Had already grown plenty, and was going over there to be like, I had my own kind of little weird bag seed stock going. This is still before internet and any of that. There's computers and internet, but we're not on the websites yet. Overgrow and all that shit. You still don't talk to your neighbors about what we're doing. You know what I mean? It's still like that. And so if you guys don't have that mentality, you weren't there, because it wasn't fucking something you discussed, especially anywhere past California. Maybe in Cali you get away with that shit, but anywhere else, and they were like, you'd be flagging them. So those guys in that seed stock was what really got me started, because that gave me access to domesticated, hybrid, mostly professionally bred varieties from over there because they did, we're talking about Scott Shanty Baba from Mr. Nice Seeds, Simon. We're not talking about just fucking, kind of trailer park boys. They're not, these are very well educated people that fucking had, I'm pretty sure a couple of them had degrees. The Dronkers brothers with Sensi and all that. Dutch Passion, trying to remember some of the names, Hank Henk, Henk. And then you got fucking Arjun, which who even wants to bother with that shit? And his buddy that definitely did a lot of work for Greenhouse, and some of the early Greenhouse stuff was really viable and worth running. Same with Mr. Nice Seeds, and honestly Nirvana had some great shit. Paradise had some great shit. Federation had the best cat piss that I ever ran. It opened up a floodgate of genetics. First time we bought Reeferman's NL5 was in the early 90s from Emery for $260. And it was Reeferman's NL5 pure. And I still have pictures. I have documentation of it still. And it was good. It was what you would, I don't know what I could compare it to. A little bit more boring version of a Bubba. Kind of, but with OG, I don't know. I can't say OG because OG just doesn't relate. Because, everybody thinks OG and it's a little stretchy. And I mean, there's some parts that I guess you can relate to the term OG and what everybody thinks it is, but I hate even using the term because Kush has nothing to do with what people's perception of OG is, at least some, to some degree, because it's not, Kush is, a high altitude indica, fast flowering indica, broadleaf, plant. It does not have, gapped node points and fucking shit like that. So OG Kush would not be a pure Kush. It couldn't be because of it's the way it's formed. If anything, an Afghan Kush hybrid of something, but definitely not. What I remember is coming across country is that first Kush, or what I would think is the mother Arch Kush or our Arch Afghan. I believe Arch Afghan is the mother to all the shit we're talking about. And botanically, scientifically, I'll want to take you guys down a path about why I think that. And I think that's a lot of people believe that. I don't think that's something that I'm just trying to, we all understand that there's, so many varieties in all these different zones, but where did it all come from is that one thing. And I do believe that mother Afghan zone, that Asian area is definitely it. But I have kind of my own theories, and even getting Clark's book, backs up some of it. But I think we can go even a little bit further than that. And I kind of did, went weird on it because I got that anal, and I really wanted to understand of where I think there's only so many mother varieties, but I do feel they all spawned from one central Afghan region in general. So, all right, so all that work was done, and now varieties are starting to be something. So now we got the worked lines and the seed companies and all that. And this is right before 2K, right? So we're mid 90s, and it's rolling. I mean, it's not too mixed up yet. You got to understand, AK-47 was literally called AK-47 by a dude named Greasy Gene over in Amsterdam because it was a basic hybrid of Afghan to a Kush. Okay, not OG, just Kush. And it was probably a Hindu Kush, one of the only ones they had, because that's what it should have been. There's only one Hindu Kush, but I don't know. They start bringing in Burmese Kush and all these, and that's where it gets distorted. So let's just say Afghans. And there's only one Kush that I consider to be true, and that's a Hindu, which would be an Afghan Kush. So we have Kush, we have Afghans, we have Mazars, and then through all these territories, you have Lebanese, fucking all the different variations, but they're all Afghan. They're all Afghan. So you have those mother varieties that those guys had isolated. Not sure what the G13 is. I got a story about that later too. And if anybody knows who Clips was, or Pacific, the breeder, and what the PG13 was, or what the purple indica is, I guess I can throw this one out there to keep you guys intrigued. the PG-13 and the Purple Indicator Sisters. So anyway, without getting too far into that, because the MG-13 stories are ugly. Pacific was a true, real person. He was a breeder from the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. He did PG-13 and a handful of other things. Clips was somebody that his thing used to say he was a human being, BEAN. He was just the kindest, really down to earth, not over scientific, very, very scientifically inclined the way he laid out his information. I'm trying to think where you could find it. You might still find some of it on IC Mag. I would almost bet. I was part of a website called the Canada Cabana for a while. He had a lot of there. Clips passed away quite a while ago, in case anybody doesn't know who I'm talking about. And he meant a lot to me. Like he's somebody that I bounced a lot of my ideas off and supported a lot of the theories and kind of the way I think of things. And the reason I say that is because, the beginning of this whole story, I told you there's the way that pot and certain things that have happened to me because of it have happened is where I find just some of the most bizarre things that have happened. It's just, all right. So not to get too far off track. So now we're doing those lines, and I still have images of like the blueberry from the late 90s and stuff like that. Because we weren't, I started to take pictures and document, but like I said, we weren't online yet. So I'm just doing it for personal. I bought a camera. I think digital cameras at this point are starting to become into play because, with technology, even though we're talking about computers, you were still stuck with like, a normal fucking Polaroid from the 70s or like a high falutin camera. You'd have to adjust every little fucking knob and shit just to get a picture in focus. Going from them to these new digital cameras and shit like that. So now we're getting into some better technology, better digital cameras, the little hand cameras, cell phones to a degree, the flip phones, bullshit phones. Nothing too crazy. Computers are getting a lot better because I remember building my first one with my dad later on, and we didn't have video game systems. Everybody nowadays grows up on them, but I saw the Atari, and I had a Commodore VIC-20, and I had a ColecoVision, and fucking watched it all evolve. So the lines that we were seeing in those 90s were a couple years behind the work. So even though I was in Kansas, the AK-47, the blueberry and all that, that was still late 80s, early 90s work. Like I said, it would take a while to get there. The only reason it was there even at this point is because a couple of these guys that I was hanging with, which were a little younger than me even at the time, were going over to Amsterdam for the cups. Because at this point, Americans were going over there to be like, hey, what's going on? And they were buying seeds and bringing them back. And it wasn't such a custom issue yet to get stuff back and forth. That didn't happen until 9/11. We got away with doing, I think I made a comment about in your last chat on one of your shows about there used to be this floodgate of clones. And it was every spring, because every spring, everybody be all, kind of cooped up over the winter. And you'd always be enjoying your crop from the later, the year before, and you'd done your selections. You already knew everything that you were enjoying and what you wanted people to try now. So come spring, it's like not only do you have seeds to offer people and do swaps with your buddies and your other breeders, now you got your set of clones, but they all have the same thing. Now they all have their set of clones and the clones that their buddies have been passing. There's just fucking so many opportunities so fast. But it wasn't so convoluted and blurred. It wasn't like we didn't know what was made out of what. It was very still simple yet. Sweet Tooth was just, we all knew it was a grapefruit to a blueberry. So even though we might not have known what blueberry and grapefruit completely was, it was still just two were knocking together. They might have been made from two other different things. So we're still only like 4 breeds intermixed, not fucking a dozen or 2 dozen in a pool of the genetics we're trying to figure out what the fuck it is now. So it was, you would drop something, you'd get something relative to what it said it was. And even the the siblings all looked relative. I got pictures of Sensi Star and fucking, or not Sensi Star, but what's the one? Black Dom and, Bubblicious and all the Casey Brain stuff that I'd run and all these. And the majority of those lines represented what the companies offered and said they'd be. And they're, most, I'd say 80% were pretty much straight up. I remember when Mandala came out and we could get Mandala packs for like $14 a pack from HG420, man, Dot Chronic. If anybody, shout out to the old HG420 crews out there. Fuck. Okay, this is when, right before 2K. See, I want to get up to the next part because 2K is when it all changed and we all got to connect. And it was fucking crazy. But by that time, it was getting dirty, and you had big breeders. Vic dropped out of the scene because of it. He was getting bullied. I don't know if he was getting bullied, but it seemed like the arguments were pretty petty. And, you had Spice Brothers had ripped off Brothers Grimm genetics, and everybody had ripped off each other. There was all these, 12, 20 new seed companies, we're still talking that mid 90s, but they all kind of had the same shit, but it was all called different shit. One's got a grapefruit, but one's got a mango and one's got a papaya, but you grow them and they're awful fucking similar. It's like, so, and you only knew that if you were the guy growing the shit that they were promising and showing the pictures, and you talk to your boys that were growing all the same shit too and be like, man, doesn't this seem like the same shit we got from when we grew that other shit last time? I'm like, yeah.
So Arthro Sensimilia in chat would like to know if you're familiar with an old cut Afghan. This way you put it in chat.
Well, the tricks with Afghan is there's I think the G13 was the mother Afghan that everybody kind of wants. And it's not that it was a G13. The idea of the mother Afghan is the problem with the first Afghans when they were starting to fuck with them. And the reason why the Kush was so good is because you could smoke the Kush. Those Afghans you couldn't smoke. It was hash. They were hash plants. Okay. You had sulfur tones. You know what I mean? Like fucking, dragon fart, fucking volcanic sulfur, gunpowder. When you smoked them, the floralness, the pininess, floralness, it was Afghan. It wasn't, that's why they hashed it. That's why Afghan hash itself was fantastic. But the bud, you didn't want to. But the Kush made that something, when those Kush got involved, it mellowed out that acrid, bitter, whatever the fuck was happening in the hash plants that made them not smokable by flower. That's why they were hash plants. So Lebanese, everything as Afghans, I'm sorry to say, they were probably all hash plants. The only one really smokable to me that I came across that I could connect after all that, everything I've said and the way that it's got to me and how it worked for me, Kush was the only one that was, smokable. And then other than that, like certain Lebs, yeah, certain Afghans for sure. Because I don't know how they came up with a Cali O, how they got the terpene profiles of cherry. Blueberry, I kind of understand because that was its own sativa, the sweet lines, and how you can find those tones in those sweet lines. But in the Afghans, you're talking even Kushes. All right, if you're getting fruities and all.
20.
Yep, sorry.
He wanted me to specify that it's the Kansas part. Kansas, the old cut. Afghan.
As far as Afghans go, it's very possible because the guys, even the little bit of work we were like Afghan number one, guaranteed. We ran that straight from either Sensi. Who was it? I'd have to look because everybody had an Afghan number one. There's the other problem. AK-47, probably just fucking like Afghan number two is all AK-47 was, because Afghan number one would have been that mother Afghan. And so there was a lot of Afghans. And that's what I mean. Even when we ran the AK-47, we found a blueberry pheno. There was cherry phenos that were found in it. These were early when there were still phenos like dropping out of the pools. And I'm not really sure how they got in there too, but the ones that define just your Afghan hash plant, just your Lebanese hash plant, but there's another one in there. I keep forgetting that it's another hash plant variable that it's really pertinent. And not like
Most
the
I
Moroccan, because
correct me if I'm wrong, but a true Afghan is like a three bladed wide leaf, right? And it's Afghani traits is a true Afghan. Like
what
a
do
duck
you
foot.
three bladed,
Yeah,
like
almost like a duck foot.
a trifoliate, like three
Yeah,
blades
no,
on a
like a duck foot.
leaf?
Yeah, like a duck foot. Like,
No, I don't believe that. Yeah, okay, let me explain. Okay, as a pot plant matures, I'm sorry, three blades are still immature, and it's still in a more teen phase. If it's not to five blades at least. Not only that, let me go as far as to say, if you're getting three blades, your plant is actually stuck in a point where it needs to either have a diet adjustment or a pH adjustment or some type of environment adjustment. A basic pot plant will have five fingers. And not only that, the more fingers to me, the healthier and more in tune that plant is with how it should actually be. I've seen up to 13 fingers on sativas and more. I've seen Hawaiians that have like that mixed indica dominant wide profile or thinner blade profile that have anywhere from 5, 7, 9s, average 7, 9, and 11s, because they're their tropical, more equatorial hybrid. And so three leaves is a tough one, man. I don't know if I can go with that. That's duck's foot. The reason why that's called that, it's five leaves, but two of them are webbed together.
well, I use that as an example.
One more time.
I basically use that more as an example than the actual true leaf structure.
Okay, yeah. But I mean, if you're not in, but that's kind of the thing with that, with three leaves, because I know there's some people out there like, well, mine only throws threes. Fortunately, my argument for that is there's a problem with your environment, or the plant's not happy. The plant's not unhappy. It's not tuned. It's not tuned in. Because I have the same issues with certain hazes and certain lines, rarely with an indica or an indica dominant or even mixed. I usually only have that happen with like blueberries and hazes and certain varieties like that, which will throw threes. Okay, you know how once in a while they'll even throw ones, especially if you do a re-veg. Okay, and so instead of getting too scientific and botanical at this point, which we need to go down that road to understand some of those topics. Because there's some serious manipulation, botanical control things we can talk about to make this more logical for people to understand of why they're throwing. And that's a trifoliate. It's a leaf with three fingers. A triploidy is more of a expression that you get from from the way it forms. But just a trifoliate, certain words, terminology is going to be tricky with all of us too. But yeah, I believe that a plant that's healthy, you got to watch your stalks and the color of your stalk, and not going too green. It can be over leafy. It can get too dark, which will also stunt its growth. And that's why I'm saying it really matters, the variety and the diet, how you design the diet for that variety. That's what I ended up specializing in later in my years here with cannabis, is what I've been hired to do or kind of help people with, is designing formulas by variety. So when they're running their super sativas that want to run 32 fucking weeks if they need to, which have multiple flowering stages, if anybody even does that anymore, I've got to design feeding schedules for that, get them to finish correctly. For the ones that are mixed sativa dominant or just not super sats, because those are the ones that we're just talking about, the endless summer sats, where they're not done until the beginning of the next year kind of sativas. And then there's ones that we can kind of control. All these have completely different needs, feed wise. And so if anybody's monocropping or mono feeding to multiple variety crops, you're already fucking got a headache planned. So you can adjust your feed and the type of formulas you're making. Like I explained in some of my posts, that when I feed my indicas, I use a full strength formula. And because I run indicas and mixed and sativa dominance, I'll start with this base of nutrients at this level of parts per million at this pH, and I'll feed my strongest strength formula to my indicas, which need that. Then I'll cut that with some water. So if I'm at 1,000 parts and I fed half of that to something, now I've got a bucket, I fill it back up a little bit more water. Now I'm at 800 parts per million. I give those to my mixed. Now I cut it again. Now I'm at 500 parts per million. I give those to my super sativas. And why do I do that? Because I don't want them to over nitrate. Because if I do that, my sativas are going to hold on to that nitrogen forever and overflower for fucking ever and never finish, or never want to leach their greens. That's usually the ones you got to watch. Indicas are fast, easy, and all you got to do is make sure they got everything they need until the end, and then they eat everything they have left anyway, and usually can finish on their own. But with mixed varieties and sativas, I feel you got to cater to them a little bit and really understand what they need to get them to finish to proper maturity. And see, now you see how we just got off the whole, how I got to even understanding what I'm trying to explain. I'm still trying to get to where my understanding for even having those kind of conversations come from. So it's hard not to get a little bit ahead. But if there's somebody from Kansas that knows about Afghan, there was a couple particular ones through the Midwest that every state particularly has a key on for some reason. And I think he's talking about a couple of Afghans in particular, just like you have like in Nebraska, the Maz that I hold, but you also had the Williams Wonder Cut that was in Nebraska for a long time. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that were in Kansas at the time, beside like, I know we did the Cherry AK because that blueberry, because I ended up bringing the blueberry back to Omaha, back to Nebraska, the AK variant blueberry, and called it Foe20. And that was actually something I ran for a long time that people only got through me, and I'll talk about that one later, because that particular plant, what it did was fucking, was just bizarre. But it just has to do with the way certain things connected for me in those states and those varieties. So any Afghans like that, like I said, Afghans were tricky. Another thing, like he's talking about Afghans, and I say, and I can kind of group them all and be, well, that's kind of the problem with Afghans, is like, there was smokable ones, and that's why they got domesticated, and that's why they were mixed to other hash plants or other varieties to take out that shit you couldn't smoke, because it was a hash plant. They weren't flower plants. But yet Thai, which is another tricky subject, because you have Thai weed, yes, but you also have Thai stick that was dredged in this opium fucking water that they were smoking, that so they were smoking Thai weed drenched in opium base. So you do have high Thai weed that I think normal Thai weed is that shit you get and you fucking get all paranoid and get wiggy and you're like, what the fuck, looking blah, 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 and you get all uppity. And I've grown blue Thai and some lemon Thai and stuff like that, and that's what it did to me. I've never gotten the I've talked to like vets, Vietnam vets and stuff like that were there, and they used to get their hash with the opium in it. There was literally, when they pressed it, they weren't sending. See, and these are stories from other people that I know about that, I could tell you, but it wasn't my personal experience. But what I found so interesting about it was, they talk about that day when they'd send those blocks that Afghan stamped gold stamp hash to the States and get them over here. They weren't even sending the hash. There was a fucking line of opium in there that they were fucking bundling. And so when they get the hash back to the States and they pull that thing apart and they scrape, and I'm hearing this secondhand. Just for example, one of the guys that I don't consider him a mentor. I mean, he's my brother. He's, good 8-7 years older, but he sold Hendrix acid, So he considers himself to be like the first or what was the guy's name on Breaking Bad? Heisenberg. He considered him like when he was a teenager in Colorado. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a real fast story. I'm going to go to the bathroom here in a half second. Just for example, in those late 80s, 90s, one guy's in Colorado. Tony Sagamartha Seeds is in India. He's sending back temple hash to Colorado. Okay. And they did this for years. And that's just one example of two guys that I just happen to know that what they were doing. And they were getting top dollar for that hash. And it was fucking phenomenal. Temple ball, serious Nepalese temple ball hash. Tony was getting it for dirt cheap and sending it to John. Anyway, that's just an example of what was happening. And that's just those two guys I know. This was happening with fucking hundreds of people all over the countries, all countries. It's always happened. It's just it wasn't talked about. And it went sour at one point. Like I said, the mail system became an issue, but that's not why that went sour. It went sour because, people got up in people's business or, tried to get greedy, like is usually what happens. So anyway, not to get up, because I do want to have, you have organic guys, and I'm not a hardcore organic guy, but I think I've done about every method out there, and I've grown hundreds of varieties in it. See what I mean? So when we get to that part, like you're just down the wormhole thing, we can do that anytime and get into the real specifics of growing methods and formulas and all that stuff and the science behind it. Because I think everybody's going to fall asleep if we start going down that. I think it's more entertaining to tell you guys some of the fucked up stories and some of the shit that's happened along the way. You know what I mean? Just to keep it fucking interesting, make it. Because I mean, in 2014, I had Fred Elgato, Matt Riot, fucking Cornbread Ricky, fucking Curbside Service, Skitty of Skitty's Cherry Slider, fucking Optimus Prime, all the guys, Tony from Sagamartha at my hip. And we showed up at the first in like 2013 or 12, maybe 2012 or 13 to the first 420 or first 710 cup, man. We all got together, man. You're talking like serious guys that are now, and that's just one of the stories coming. Okay. And this is after we all been on the line. This is after online on the sites. OG's gone down. HG went down. Heaven's Stairway got hit in Canada or wherever the fuck that was with all their gold bars and all their shit. CS, then there was, after OG went down, that's another big topic we got to kind of hit too, because it's part of the experience. And when Sour D, Bubba, OG, and the chem thing starts to happen, that is why we're going down the path where I'm kind of wanting you guys to follow how I came to where I'm at instead of us getting into any technical parts. If we keep going down this path, it's easier for anybody to listen to the story to understand why I have the position I take on certain things. And I'm hoping I'm doing that clear enough to where it's not too convoluted that, because we've definitely gotten off track and hitting on quite a few topics for sure. But there's a lot, still a lot we can get into. And so, I'm going to go to the bathroom here in a second. So we're in the mid 90s still is where we're at. And we'll get back into it in a second. We'll do a bomb hit. I'm going to replenish my drink and fucking hit the John real quick. Get back into it. But I hope everybody's being entertained or at least finding this interesting.
Of course, man.
Right,
it's been go ahead.
All right, cool. I'll be back in a minute. Actually,
what's going on, everybody?
I'm gonna turn the thing off maybe for a second. Maybe. I think I can. Yeah. All right. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. What's up, 420 Jack Greenstock in the house? How you guys doing tonight? Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show. I know I am. It's been a great story. Lots of great info so far. Sounds like just getting warmed up. What you guys smoking on? John Gorski, how you doing? Mr. Bingus, how you doing? Beasley, how you doing? Got birds flying. Some nights I do too, brother. Some nights I do too. Kind of dividing up some slaps here from Canifari. Gave out, Santa was nice enough to send some gear over to give away to you guys, which I'll probably do probably Monday night. The fuck? Monday night? Sounds like an appropriate night. That is cluttered. Cluttered. Just here. 420, how you doing? Love the harvest. Just got my rotated back together. What's up before people? Johnny can see. Southern BT. You must be hitting the Afghan number 3. Stiff was good hit against cover. Both times fold. Cheers to you as well. T Dog, the artist, will be a good show tomorrow night. Certainly looking forward to that as well. Find up some slaps here for these giveaway packs and fixing the stuff here in a second. Might as well. I love it when people send slaps and more stuff to pass out to great people. So I like to pass out stuff. Stack. Smoking on. That's just way too cluttered. Kill it.
Holy crap, holy. All right. All right. What's happening? All right, one more rip. That can't hurt, right?
Jesse Stefan, cheers to you as well. Welcome to the show.
Cheers, everybody, once again. One more time. This is a nice little piece I got from Canada. I ordered on Amazon. It was called the lamp, I think, in the advertisement. It was a vase or something, a glass vase is what they call it. It's pretty, it says Primo on it. I'm not sure who did it, but it's kind of fucked up. I ordered a piece on Amazon a couple years ago that was a Mobius rip, and it was probably the best piece I'd ever bought online, and it was from China. Sadly, they ripped the shit out of Mobius, but it was a great piece. I busted it, or got busted a couple years ago, but for a while there, Amazon had some good gear. Some nice glass available, I think, before they figured out what everybody was doing. But, yeah,
I don't use a lot of glass myself, man. I get terrible about busting it.
Yeah, for my so I do have some mental health issues. You know, I was pretty healthy growing up, just for my perspective on how and why I use it. I only do bong hits or water paraphernalia. At this point, joints and pipes, regular smoking a joint, I have to smoke the whole joint myself pretty much. to get to the level of effect I really need. Pipes. Okay. Here's the problem that I have with pipes and stuff. It's not that pipes don't work. It's the majority of pipes. Okay. Even now, I don't know if you guys can see, this is relatively clean. And this might be only my philosophy or the average anal idiot's philosophy, but if this is even dirty at all, if there's any resin built up whatsoever, it acts like the filter on a cigarette. It can limit the quality of the effect and flavor that you get. So if you're ever smoking your bud and that first time your bong's clean and you've got an ounce of it and you've been smoking, it's kicking your ass. And as that week goes by, it's just not getting you as high. And you're pulling all the ash through here and it's just getting thicker and thicker. That's where all your high is getting stuck, is right here. So I know it sounds stupid and anal, but if you clean that out and you keep it clean, man, you'll find that your effect will continually be the same with that pot. It has got that effect. It's just how you're taking it in. I know it sounds stupid, but I found that to be very true, and why I try to keep my paraphernalia very clean, and why I don't think most pipes are very effective unless they're clean. And I know it sounds kind of anal, but I mean, I respect the amount of work I put into it, and even other people. And so having a clean piece, I do believe, gives you that full flavor, and, you get a pure hit or whatever. But, with oil, it's not so big a deal because it's not resin. You know how fast resin will build up in doing bong hits and shit. I don't know, it's the ash that falls or how, what it all is all together. But I've just noticed that even a little bit of that resin built up on the inside can alter that effect big time. So I know it sounds dumb, but anybody that's having those issues where it's like, man, I don't get as high, or I haven't been getting as high, my first recommendation to you is use clean paraphernalia. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it's a very simple solution. Especially if you're getting good bud and it's really not getting you high, it very well might be your paraphernalia. Because you're smoking out of a pipe that's like 5 years old, it's just crusted like a fucker on the inside. It's just fucking, yeah, we're smoking this super fire bomb. It tastes like shit though, because all the shit in my pipe, but I'm kind of getting high. But, yeah.
I try to clean mine out these days a little more than.
I mean, everybody. When I was younger, dude, yeah, and you spilled your bong, it was just black. It was brown, fucking. Might as well be sewage. It smelled like hell. I mean, it happens. My daughter, my daughter smokes. I've got, 4 kids all together. I lost one of my sons, but she's the only one that smokes though. But I get on her about, keeping their paraphernalia clean and that shit. And even like, and I guess I learned that sitting around, somebody kind of said that to me once. And so I didn't come up with it. You know what I mean? It's like, you just kind of figure that stuff out as you go. Somebody else told me something else along those lines too, but I kind of just brain farted. But so anyway, to really throw a monkey wrench in for half a second, earlier in the conversation when we were talking about just cannabis and classification, and the reason why I asked you if it was an annual flower or what you thought it was, the guy that I had spoke to that I felt, I do feel is my main mentor, this guy, I always thought, after being in culinary and everything I got into and studying botany for quite a while, I do have quite a few books on it. And people started sending me stuff, even on when I started getting online and started talking about it. Like I had people that were like supporting me and said, I'd send them seeds or something, or what it ended up happening, they send me seeds because I was the guy that was growing stuff and taking pictures and actually showing the work instead of just taking the seeds from them and then being like, they sucked, or thanks, dude, can I get more? I wouldn't do that. I'd fucking get the seeds, I grow them, I take pictures, I show everybody, I tell everything about them that I could. And then I'd either make more of them and send them back to them, or fucking hybrid it with something I thought it would cut well with, or whatever. And that's the position I took in the scene. So in that classification topic, okay, so he gave me a term called parthenocarpy. Now, a banana is a parthenocarpic fruit, and all that means is a seedless fruit. Okay, so how do you get a seedless fruit? And I know this is sounding fucking so left, so fucking so other direction, but the reason why I bring this up is because cannabis, the flowers, which I consider fruit, the actual buds, because to me the flowers are on the male. It is seedless fruit. Okay, we ripen it. it it has the effects like even the sugars from carbs from oranges. Banana has potassium. It's God, it's such a fucked up topic. Okay, so anyway, me and this guy, when I mentioned that to him, he thinks his words were he felt that cannabis was misclassified and it should be a parthenocarpic fruit. And so I treat cannabis as a fruit. At the end of the season, just like a cold snap for apples, the way you flush and you don't, it's a consumable, I literally look at cannabis as a fruit. I don't even look at it as a flower or a weed or anything like that. I literally, I didn't treat it as like tomatoes because in the, your early days, everybody's like, grow it like a tomato, man. Unfortunately, it doesn't like that acidity on the backside. When it goes to flower, it actually likes to be more in the alkaline range to flower for sure, because that's where potassium and phosphorus is more available to it. So naturally, as the season progresses, it fluxes into those ranges where tomatoes want to be acidic pretty much most of the way through. But they can eat relatively the same thing. They just don't. On the back end, it's a whole different beast. Like I said, even though tomatoes can be treated like a fruit, and they are, because they're definitely in that view as far as what it could be. But that's where cannabis is so unique to me, and why parthenocarpic fruit is kind of where we came to, which I'm pretty sure it just is Latin for seedless fruit or something like that, parthenocarpic. So that's one reason. That's not a reason, but that's how like my culinary connects to cannabis, and why I really have a weird connection to the classification and how we look at the plant. And so, because I look at it as a food almost, but definitely as a fruit. The way we ripen it, the way we store it, we can consume it. So it's just what it is. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because that might help people instead of thinking it as like a weed or an annual. That's one thing I've always wanted to get people to try to look at differently. Because if you think of it as like an apple tree or something, you're not concentrated on that end product or the time. You're concentrated on how to get it to that ripeness stage, that maturity, how to get that fruit the best you can get it, which is, kind of a different angle when you're thinking about sugars, and everything that we give to these plants that it seems to need way beyond what a weed would be and way beyond what a flower needs, an annual. So, all right. So 90s, mid 90s, seed companies just going balls out, working in basements pretty much. I don't think we did any outdoor shit. I didn't personally. Here, I'm going to bring up, actually, let me grab my seed list. So some of this stuff that we can get into later, the BC growers information and some of the old catalogs, where Romulan and some of those lines that we already kind of touched on come back into a little bit more play. Oh God. So this is, so back in the day when I used to have a seed stock, this would be my seed list. And when I printed out my seed stock list, it was about 7 pages. I used to have about 30 years worth of seeds. Oh, and seeing they were all, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, there's Loompa, Llama Box, Liquid Kid. So this is just one of the versions, Mr. Nice's, all the ones from Mr. Nice that I had. Moda from Moda Rebel. Okay, so this is just one variation of my seed
Red
list.
Pill wanted me to ask you about those seeds. Did the ones from the 90s and the European seeds hold up in time, or have they diminished over the years?
No, some of them I still have, I've got like a Sensi Star from 95. I ran, and there's people out there that still like Black Bart. He still had the 95 NL, and I ran that and isolated the three main phenos that were always in those NL lines that Sensi and all those companies were kicking back, which is along those Afghan lines again when we get back into what happened with the Afghans. Because to me, there was a combination of let's just make it kind of quick and simple. Afghans, Kushes, hash plants, and a couple other varieties, very all indica dominant, all intermixed and crossed to come up with those lines that we all use as backbones. Okay, so NL number one was Afghan number one to another company. Since this company was using their version of Afghan number one, they couldn't call it that. So they just call it NL number one, or they're Afghan or American Dream or whatever. Okay, but this company flagged this one as Afghan number one, and everybody was using it there, whatever. And then you had your Kush. And if you look at the way some of the history on the NL, there was a Hindu that wasn't involved that crossed that your first AK hybrid is a serious thing that had a lot of meaning to a lot of this. And Greasy Gene, I don't know if I finished that story. He's the one that called it AK-47 because it was a basic AK hybrid and it could be pulled in 47 days. And all the guys didn't like it because it sounded like a gun. But that's not why it was called AK-47. It was because they could pull it in 47 days. And it was a basic Hindu, a basic Afghan Kush hybrid. That's it. It was nothing more than that. And Greasy Gene is one of the guys that were over there with Adam, Tony, Simon, the Dronker brothers, all of them. They were all intermingling with Neville, DJ. I mean, it would have been incredible to have been around the guys and the stuff they had that they were fucking doing, whether they realized what they were doing or not. Because I don't know if I finished that Matanuska Valley story. And that's kind of like the other, how that all worked. Like that Matanuska guy, he went over to Europe, and, even though Tony was presented with seeds from this guy from Alaska that gave him, like, if you look at Sagamartha's original lines, you'll see he's one of the first guys to put out MTF, Matanuska Valley Thunderfuck. And the reason why is because he was just one of the first to get it on market. But that guy from Alaska hit all those seed companies in Amsterdam and through Europe at that time. And those guys would do that. There were people that would just roll through and kind of make their money, and they were drifter type folks and just make that. And because those guys over there buy by the kilo. Like if you can produce a kilo of seeds, they're gonna buy the whole thing. We're not talking packs. They don't, Now the funny part about Matanuska, just to finish that story up real quick, is the guy that was actually growing for Tony at the time is the one that discovered Matanuska, because Tony didn't take it seriously. It was just a guy that showed up and offered Tony the seeds, MTF, just like he probably did to Simon and Adam and the guys from Dutch Passion and fucking Paradise, as he's going through all those companies, trying just to sell seeds. And like I said, Matanuska was just nothing but a combination of something they grew over there in the valley that turned out to be phenomenal. But it was a combination of Dutch genetics and all other kinds of genetics that had just been brought to that valley. Just like Williams Wonder came out of the Wilmette Valley. There was something there, a couple, plants or varieties, I'm sure, because we're talking one of the best places to grow in the country as far as Oregon goes. And came up with this hybrid that would acclimate to Oregon and became Williams Wonder. That's why it's tricky to get it to flower. But if you ever smoked real Williams, I mean, you're gonna remember it. And that's the whole goal with what we're talking about, is the varieties are kind of getting forgotten, but they are the ones that we remember the most, as far as they were the first ones and they made the most impact to us. And I still feel them in the lines, we see now. I don't see them in some of the hype lines because they're so mixed. The GMOs I haven't tried. The cookies just taste like something I've had 10 years ago. I can't decipher anything in it. The effect really doesn't do much for me. Gelato's great flavor. It's got a good effect. There's just too many variations of cookies. I can't get the same sample twice. And that's where the problems lie. I can't get it doesn't even have to be grown the same, but it should at least have the same profile and effect. And that's where I have an issue with what's happening with the breeding scene right now, if that makes sense. is there's no definition. I mean, I realize that, all right, so like for example, DJ's blueberries, a lot of people, if you force them and they come up fast or you flour them fast, you notice that they'll get that really rich blueberry funk on the front, even though a lot of blueberries will smoke very floral, very not acrid, but floral is about the only way I can describe that. And most people know what I mean. Or earthy. That's kind of the two pheno profiles you get from DJ's lines is either earthy or floral or blue. If you get that blue, and there is a candy store blueberry in DJ's, there's a cake blueberry, there's muffin, and the Dabney blueberry was muffin. I found the cake phenos and the blue moonshines from Dutch Passion. I do believe that the best cut of blueberry out there I've seen the last 10 to 15 years was from Outcast, which is a candy store, fast flowering sativa dominant blueberry. It's fucking phenomenal. Omaha's got a really good indica blueberry floating around right now. There's a cut of Skywalker floating around Omaha right now. I don't know. I'm kind of high. What happened? Okay, we were talking about those seedless. Sorry. The reason I can look at my seed list and get an idea of what I was doing. So at the back of all my seed lists is usually the work I was doing. If it's worth the shit, if I could see what I'm doing. All right, so yeah, see, it says new ones added kind of things. I need to make bifocals. Hold on a second. You guys are gonna think I'm goofy, but I actually use 2 pairs of glasses to make bifocals. So don't mind this. This is ridiculous. Anyway, so whoa. Oh wow. Yeah, this is, oh man. Jesus. Yeah, this isn't organized like my other list. This is one of the earlier ones, so it's kind of just like a bulk list. There's a point. I have other lists where I separate them that are easier to fucking look at than this. This one's, it hurts to look at this shit. So yeah, I got hit in 2014 hard. All right, so the first time I told you guys about 1993, I got hit with that fucking Kush or whatever. In just to kind of give you guys an idea of how rough it can be. So in 2014, I was doing really well. Things were going fine. I was having a little bit of some I guess everything was pretty much going normal. So I had fucked up and I didn't pay my electric bill, which I have no idea why. And I was in a state where it was an issue and I was rolling pretty hard. I had 20 plants going in bloom and I had about 60 or 70 in veg between clones and moms. So I was under the 100 limit still. When the guy came to shut my electricity off, he did, and I was home. And I called him outside. I looked out the window and saw him. And I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" He's like, "Well, we got to shut you off. You haven't paid your bill." And I go, "I had cash." So I don't know how. Like I said, I had some mental issues, and I've done some stupid fucking shit, which is definitely, made shit hard for me. And this losing my seed collection was brutal. So the way that went down was I went to pay him, and when I went back I was at my door when he was out of his truck when I was yelling at him, and I went back to get the money. By the time I got back to my door, he was already at the door. I was going to try to catch him outside of that. Reason why that was an issue is I was right before harvest, and I'm pretty sure everybody within about a mile of my house, if you were to open my door, would have been like, "Fuck, dude," because I had purple butters, Hawaiian purple butters down there. I had that sativa blueberry. Fuck, I had like double Dutch. Fucking, I know I had 98 Bubba. Probably had the white from Chrome down there. Urkel. was down there. Okay, so anyway, they got an illegal warrant, 72-hour warrant. So they have to bust my door in within 72 hours. The reason why it's illegal is because the only evidence they had was that guy that came to my house to shut my electricity off, who gets a bonus if he gets if I get charged or something, whatever that electricity company cop deal is. They hit me like in the morning. 15 guys, fucking full body armor. I'm in my underwear in bed. Put me on the floor. I mean, they were in my room within seconds. They broke my front door down, had me down, put me out in my living room in my underwear, fucking cuffed. And it was like fall. It was cold. They left my front door open. They checked out the basement and found everything, and I heard them going over it. Fucking, they were impressed. At first, they all came in a very gung ho, and then they saw pictures of my kids. They saw I didn't have scales. They saw I didn't do business. All my shit was very organized. All my head stash was in jars in my room, very organized. My plants, everything was very fucking well kept. They realized very quick that I wasn't a hustler, and the whole attitude of it changed, but it didn't matter. What happened, unfortunately, next, since I had a prior felony, and I did resolve that. I told you guys I had left state. I think I fucked probation up. I didn't finish the story, but I left state and I ended up in Kansas, right? So at this point, I'm jumping the gun. I'm just explaining my the loss of my seed collection real quick. And we're gonna have to go back because how like this happened is a different part of it. But so anyway, they started going through everything and logging it all. And unfortunately, I had my dad's handgun in my safe, which didn't have a clip in it. It was just an old Beretta that he used to have because both my folks had passed away a good 14, 15 years ago. And it was one of the keepsakes I kind of kept because it was rusty, little hand Beretta, little 22 that he kept in his back pocket because he, in his later years, worked at his gas station. He was kind of hard, had some hard times. And they found that. And when they find, firearms around people that grow pot, we got them now. Unfortunately, I also had about 2 ounces of oil on my TV entertainment center, which were on silicone pads. They found 6 hits of acid in my freezer. That didn't help. And they found my seed collection. And so, yeah, at that point, shit went sideways. So they took me down. My girlfriend at the time showed up, asked if she could come in. They said no. So she immediately left and called a lawyer. And this is when I was in the living room still cuffed, because it took about 4 hours to gut my house and get everything in line. 7 pages of documentation on me and inventory. I still have all 7 pages of that inventory, everything they took. I get the lawyer. I go down. I'm in jail for about a week. My girlfriend at the time, her dad's well established in the medical field. They have money, connections, not any connections that could do anything in general, but we had little financial assistance. Also reached out to the Canna Cabana, IC Mag, other people that were in the situation, and be like, hey, I'm fucked. Anybody can help me. I'm looking at 50 years. This one wasn't a 1 to 20. This was a big one because of that handgun. So we found a lawyer that looked over the warrant and found the hole. There was a big hole in the warrant because you need multiple forms of evidence to do what they did to me. So he knew he could win it. My girlfriend found this cat that was basically, but it was 10 grand. It cost 10 grand, which is fucked up, that a lawyer can tell you that. Okay, so if you can win it, why can't I just give this fucking information to a public defender? And why can't I walk all the way on this fucked up charge? But I got, and that's why I fucking hate the judicial system and laws. And there's a whole nother conversation. So I don't fucking like laws, and I don't like fucking government. It's all bullshit. And I think man should fucking govern themselves. You know, I own my fucking place. I own my spot. Just leave me the fuck alone and we'll be good. You know, but that ain't just how it's anyway. So anyway, that's how that went down. I fucking lost everything. Took 2 years in court. They seized my entire seed collection, which I don't know if you guys have seen online. I had those century boxes. At the time, I had 2 century boxes and then another box or two. It was thousands. It was about 25 years of stock and thousands of lines. And not only that, the lines that I swapped with people, when I would swap with people, I'd be like, hey, I'm going to give you 10 lines, anything in my stock list you want. And I had those pages, I'd send them. It'd just be a text document. Pick anything you want. And I'd be after the most weirdest shit on their lists. And that's why they wouldn't mind giving me stock. And they knew I'd grow them. And if I could grow them better than they did, like Reeferman's Cambodian, Pico, Orange Pico Cambodian. Okay. It was just one I wanted to try that I got from somewhere. I was like, hey, and I ran it and it grew like a decent mixed indica dominant weird Cambodian plant that smelled and smoked like fucking Orange Pico tea. And that was Reeferman's Orange Pico Cambodian. And I experienced it. I documented it. I went on with my life. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I found the enjoyment in all these lines. But the diversity and the weirder shit is where I really fucking loved it. And how I got into Hawaiian purple butters and Hawaiian lines from trying Maui Wowie skunk when it was original, and those cat pisses from Federation. But don't do the ROM from Federation because that's just a fucking rhino or a white widow rip. But we can get back into those lines later. Okay, so the stock list and the stuff we were dealing with back then. The reason I wanted to look at those is because there was trying to remember. Yeah, I'll just look it up on here. Because we had some stuff that you guys all know, the silver lines, okay, silver pearl, the skunks that I talked about in that last little Instagram post, the skunk number 1, skunk number 2, the super skunks. Then you have the pearl lines, the silver pearl, early skunk hash plant, which then it was just called hash plant. It wasn't like fucking variations of it. All right, one sec.
Man, it sucks to hear you lose all them seeds like that, man. That my heart goes out to you. I have quite a collection myself.
And sadly, that was
Be
the first one. And then after that kind of happened, the next couple of years, I reached out to people and tried to regain quite a bit of the stuff I had worked. And in certain ones that I was really after that I was looking to work, which makes me sad because Bodie, Plant More Seeds, Bodie. I was after him for fucking Lumbo Black, Colombian Black for so long. And he sent it to me like a couple times and I just kept losing it. Fucking that first one in 2014. And then I had regained like, okay, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, 2017 or 18, I was trying to get shit back together. I was starting to roll again. I got in a deal in Michigan that I'll talk to you guys about later because you're in Michigan, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got some issues with some people in Michigan, but we'll get back to that later. I got fucked in Michigan pretty bad. And yeah, it's just what it is, man. And that's not a bad thing on Michigan. It's just some people I'd say definitely be wary of. I brought all my genetics to them and opened my fucking door up to them and pretty much got bent over and then got guns pulled on me in the whole 9 yards. So it didn't work out very well. But so for example, some of the lines that one of the first breeding stuff that I did start to breed was just by looking at these. And the reason I'm bringing them up is because the way that names changed is kind of pertinent right now at this time, is because this is why it gets so convoluted, because you have seed companies that are fighting over each other for the same genetics. Okay, so like I said, one company would be Bubblegum, the other's Bubblicious, and then you got Tutti Fruity or fucking Bazooka Joe, variations of like just the bubble gums. And the Tutti Frutti was just a bubble gum, but they called it Tutti Frutti because they were isolating the juicy fruit end and not the pink bubble gum, the Bazooka Joe pink. And then Yeah, I think those are the main two only because you like, for example, cherries, terps. You have the Luden's cherry, you have the Bing cherry, like a fresh Bing cherry, a Luden cherry, and then a maraschino cherry. So just for cherry terps, when you talk about them, for the real nerdy kind of guys that are listening to what I'm trying to get into, those are the kind of things that matters. They help you really isolate what, like the one guy that was looking for the cherry terps. I know where to find them in multiple lines. And that's the other thing. But what high do you want with it? Are you going for that indica? Are you going for the sativa? And that's where hopefully I could have input with somebody like that, or at least give them some help in finding what they're after, because I've definitely probably come across it in something one time or another. Another thing I want to kind of say real quick, lemon terps, when we talk about terps, the reason it's tricky to deal with citrus and lemon terps, out of all the lines I've ever run, which is literally hundreds and hundreds from both cut and seed, vintage or not, lemon and citrus terps, beside acrid terps that we do get from like skunks and Afghans, and this is for people that are really nerdy out there, they're like, give me something I can use. Lemon terps are the most common, and I avoid them the most. Citrus and lemon terps. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe something they isolated in the lemon hazes and the skunks during the first creation of skunks themselves. And then they kind of got the acrid bitterness from that combined with the acridness of the Afghans to come up with that true, because skunk itself is a three-way hybrid, and Afghan is probably where that tone skunk came from at some point. The most majority dominant gene gift was from the Afghan with that skunk terp, because skunk terp's a tricky one. It's a three-way hybrid, so where did it really come from? It was that combination of those three, and then what exact combination that gave you that skunk. And then there's again, then what kind of skunk are we talking about? Are we talking about a floral clean skunk? Are we talking about like a fresh skunk spray skunk? Are we talking about the dead body, rotten meat, roadkill skunk? And that's, to me, the early ones weren't the roadkill. The early ones were the clean ones because they hadn't gotten complex yet. And then when you start getting the Afghan skunks, now you're getting in, okay, the sulfur and the gunpowder. What happens when you mix skunk with gunpowder? Now you're starting to get these sharper tones, these more bitter things. It's natural, now it can relate to why that's happening. And so, but when you get into the fruitier tones and some of those ones, like where they got their terps for Calio, how DJ got the blueberry terps to come out of the combinations he was fucking exploring, you got me, man. There's some questions with those that I still have, but there's certain lines that have proved themselves no matter what. Like, when I got into purples, not to get too far off base, but for people that are interested in purple history, the first couple ones we saw were deep meat purples. They weren't the outer highlighted purples. Purple number one, go look in a catalog for purple number one. Adam Dunn's chocolate chunk, you'll see another purple pheno, that deep purple meat type of cannabis, not great. Black Russian. Okay, so purple number one, Black Russian, very deep meat purples. Okay, not anthiocyan, or maybe anthiocyan purples. Me and Sonny Chiba had the best conversation one time about, I'm an artist, so I looked at subtractive colors, and he's a botanist, scientist, chemist guy, and he looks at anthiocyans. So any of you super nerd guys, Mensa members out there, that was a conversation that we can have later. That I still don't understand how purple exists in cannabis. It's not that I don't understand it. Okay, so you need red and blue to get purple. And so for that to exist on a plant, to me, is fascinating, because it's red, green, and yellow to get your blues, but then blues cut to red is going to get your, it's just, and so, but that's looking at it as an artist, not from a natural, botanical, scientific. So anyway, not to get too far off base. Where were we going before I went on that path? Yeah.
You were talking about how you didn't care for lemon and citrus.
Oh, the purples. No, the
indicators.
purples. Okay, so yeah, just real quick about the purple meat on the purples. Purple number one was like a commercial ditchweed purple. It didn't really get you high, and the flavor wasn't really great. It was very floral, wasn't a whole lot there. Um, Black Russian was a good try, but unfortunately, it had a decent buzz and was a great looking plant, but the terpene profile was black pepper. It was not very pleasant at all. And even though they tried to do the double purple doja hybrids, I think that's where Sunny came in, Sunny Chiba. And that shit, if you ever run them, like the Black Rose, anybody that runs Heath Robinson's original Black Rose, which was the Black Russian crossed up to the Shiva that he did, the Shiva skunk, saying, yeah, it's just that black, and there's another thing with terp profiles. Some people like those earthies, the peppers and whatever, and that's where it becomes more personal. Like I can't do the Gorilla Glues, I can't do the white by Chrome, even though I grew it. I can't do the musty ones. I can't do the fucking truffle, fucking really earthy. I just can't do it. I don't like blue cheese. I don't like truffles. I don't, you know what I mean? It's just those tones are hard. Okay, fair warning to people who want to grow out the marijuana that we all passed around for a decade and that is one of the best medical ones out there. Smokes like wet leather. It's just what it fucking is. I ran 40 fucking seeds of those, 40 or 50 seeds of the marijuana, looking for the fucking Petrolia head stash. I'll be goddamn if there's anything Petrolia. It has to be Petrolia, the area that it was made in. There's no gas. The term Petrolia had nothing to do with fucking gas, that's for sure. Because I dug through those fucking marijuanas for fucking like 2 years, 3 years looking for different phenotypes. And it's just like hashy, some coffee, that little coffee chocolate essence in there, not much, mostly just hash and fucking leather, wet leather. And it is, yeah, the stone can be great, and it is heroin. It's supposed to be that opiate effect. And when my buddy grew it in Colorado, I used it. I felt like it was more of a pain thing. I didn't like smoking it because of that flavor profile. But my guy in Colorado, when he did run our cut outside, pardon me, said it was one of the strongest ones that he had that year, for sure. But I don't enjoy smoking it, so I just don't fuck with it. But I got a fucking ton of seeds of it. Romulan is kind of that NL, very piney, acrid, almost gag you, kind of funky profile, but very good. But there's that original Romulan, if you can find the one that I've talked to Boneyard Tony about, and that I found in the original versions of Space Queen, and why I kind of defend some of Subcool's earlier work, because it wasn't his, it was just him reproducing some of Vic's stuff, especially with like Space Queen. If you guys ever had any of those early Space Queen seeds and ran them and got to isolate the original hybrid, which was the C99 to the Romulan, that Romulan, it came out of Canada. I'm pretty sure that's where Romulan Joe was, but it's like this, it's so piney sweet, juniper pine, not like evergreen pine. It came out like it smelled like grape. It smelled like a fresh pine grape. It was so piney. It's hard to explain it. And I have pictures of it. I documented. But I've asked people to get seeds of Space Queen so I could run them again and try to isolate that original ROM. And it's tough. And that's why Tony even sent me some of his ROM work so I could try to find it again. That's why I ran the Romulan Marijuana, but that Marijuana is so dominant in the leather that I just couldn't find any of that pine or grape in the run. Even though I found an acrid, there is some pine in there, but it came off more acrid, weird when I did the latest versions of the ROM Marijuana, which is just something Motor Rebel knocked out fucking 10, 15 years ago, I think, at this point. So getting back into those 90s again. So what we were working with, what I'd start the very first couple things, I guess after I had hit Kansas and we had bought Reeferman's Pure. We had gotten Great White Shark from Greenhouse. We had Early Skunk. We had Mighty Might, which is another interpretation problem. Mighty Might, I see a lot of people post it as, I don't know. It should be Mighty, as in Mighty, Mighty, and then Might. It was a strong, small plant. That was the whole concept for Mighty Might. But then later changed to like Might. they took the mighty out of it. I don't know, or mighty or something. I don't know. That was one of the namesakes. It's kind of been fucked up. We did okay, that's 05, 06, 04. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can go. I don't have anything really before 04. So at 04, I was working with Super, Skunk, Mighty Might, Great White Shark, Hash Plant, which I'm sure Sensi's Hash Plant, Northern Lights, Reef Moons #5, a Jack Herrera, Great White Shark, Hash Plant. In 2006, though, okay, but we did see diesels by 2002, 2003, 2004. So that's not because I was going to say I got sour diesel, but it's under 2004, 5, and 6. And then New York City diesels is also listed under.
Jenny Candidacy would like to know if you wanted to talk about the 80s Panama Red.
One more time.
Jenny Candidacy asked if you'd like to talk about the 80s Panama Red.
The only reds we saw, I only saw a couple reds, and even the hash, like that leb red and the blonde leb. Like I said, we were limited to what we saw in the Midwest. If you did, he did, he was lucky. I really didn't see any Panama red or even Colombo red. We would get Mexi red bud. They just call it red bud. And then you get the hair, the red hair. So there was kind of two variations. One I heard was because the iron content in the soil in Mexico, that the Panama red, that's why it had the red tone. And I think I might have seen that once, but we're going so far back and it was only that one maybe glimpse or two. So I just don't have much to put in on that. You know, I might have been told this is what it was and looked at it and been like, this is some weird looking fucking pot. You know, that kind of thing back then. But the reds were something that you would, yeah, I mean, I'm right at that age where I don't think I was there for that. And it didn't make it up to Nebraska to me or to Kansas in that area through the people I knew, whether the Angels had, you know, let it run through them. Cause you also got like Acapulco Gold, which when we get into that, I think Panama Red was just a variation of Colombian Red. Just like I figure Acapulco Gold, Oaxacan Gold, and Colombian Gold are all directly related. Okay, it's not whether they're the same, exact same plant. I think that variety made it to those places because that pot made it to those places in one form or the other, whether it was by seed or plant, but they're directly related. I believe the Afghan that's related to the Oaxacan and the Acapulco is a Colombian gold that had come from Colombia, ended up in Oaxaca or the Mexican Panama area, and then naturally domesticated and developed into what became Oaxacan gold and Acapulco gold. You see what I mean? Like that's one way that I connect varieties, because if you grow them, you see it, and that's where those profiles come in. Okay, so you can grow. All right, let's say you grow a Colombian and it looks leafier and beefier and healthier than when you grow a Oaxacan, which is going to be skinnier and more Mexican. Is all the only way I can really phrase it. But the profiles are very similar. Okay, and one of the things we didn't finish on talking is that Colombian gold when I smelled it. And let me try to explain that. Colombian gold is faded. Have you ever grown a plant where the stalk was yellow before you finished it? Because that's almost what you need to do for golds to get them to finish right. A gold will literally be at the end of harvest. The top of the leaf will be gold, but the bottom will be bronze. Just like a purple leaf or a dark green leaf that turns purple. And this is something that has to do with those gold varieties. I heard there's like this mother gold plant in Mexico or Colombia. It's like the mother to all gold plants. And I would love to find out if that's fucking true. So anyway, but let me get to the gold thing, because this is very, I think, information that we all can fucking put our fingers on. And when I saw it, and I kind of studied that gold pot, and then later when I saw it in books and stuff like that, I was like, that's the shit, and that's what it was, and I could explain it to people. So what made gold pot like that was, you know, I've gotten skunks to come out pink and really light green. It's hard to get a true gold or a yellow, what I think they considered the Lebanese yellows or the reds. to get those tones, there's got to be mineral contents or something happen environmentally to get this to happen. And a lot of the conjecture, I think, is, oh, they used to let the pot bleach in the sun. That's why it's golden yellow. It's all paled out. No, no, no. If you do that with a plant, everything fucking dies. That gold pot that I had, it wasn't paled out by light. It was not fucking light bleached. And I've had this argument with people because there's these like, no, we know. And I was like, fuck you do. Because it doesn't sound like, because if you pile it up and it naturally decomposes like that is one thing. This fucking pot I got was not decomposed. It was fucking beautiful. And I've only seen it twice ever to that degree. Like I said, that Schramm that I did was close, but I couldn't get that gold because I wasn't in fucking Mexico in Oaxaca for one. And I'm growing a fucking hybrid clone of something it's related to by fucking grandfather ancestry by that point. So, okay, what made that pot so unique was it was faded to the point where it was perfect. And the pot itself was gold. It wasn't bronze. It wasn't yellow. The fucking buds, the calyxes, it was fucking gold. It's the only way I can fucking describe it. But what made it even more stand out, so they kind of left the leaves on there. And what made it look even weirder is, so as the leaves were curled up around the bud, the back of the leaves is bronze. But when you break the leaf off and look at it, it was fucking gold. Now, the smell of this shit, God, there was a little lemon citrus in there, but there was a lot more in there. There was like some raw meat or some dead meat. There was some like cinnamon. There was like cumin. Like, fuck, I don't even know how to explain it. Like I said, grow Schramm. The closest thing I've come to it over the last 15 years has been the Schramm cut. Grow it like a Colombian. Take it 12 weeks, 14 weeks, long run that fucking thing. Be real easy on the nitrogen midway through the back. Fucking don't give it any as far as I'm, my advice on it. And let it finish long and strong. And if you got the Schramm cut and it's the same thing that I was given fucking 10 years ago or however long ago I had that thing, that was the only thing I've come across that was anything like a gold, a real true fucking 80s gold. Went through Jack's cleaners, the rippers that, Subby had, ran some lemon ties, but lemon tie is a different profile. It's a pain in the ass to grow. And Dutch Flowers lemon tie was an indica. I don't even know how the fuck they did that. Pretty sure it was a lemon Afghan. I don't even think Dutch Flowers lemon tie was a tie. But anyway, that's a different story. So that Colombian, man, if anybody has like the only ones I have, I think I have Colombian red seeds that I'm not even sure who the breeder was, but somebody did send me some Colombian red. I just have, not to put a spoiler on it, but I'm in between places right now. If we would have done this interview 3 weeks ago, I could have walked into a bloom room and showed you guys flowering plants that were just about ready to come down and the moms and clones. And right now I'm in between places. I don't know where I'm going to end up within the next 6 months. I don't have any place to work. I've got a handful of fucking seeds and don't know where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do with them. Colorado was an idea, but people are being tied on their space and they don't want to, give the opportunity, even though they have the room and the opportunity to, do, what they have available to them there. I've got fucking rooted clones with no homes. So, I'm definitely not into this to be a pro or try to compete because it just ain't fucking happening for me. But, as far as keeping my meds around and giving them to people or fucking helping people out or even this information for them to produce the level of quality that I need personally, or even to help them get to the level of quality they're trying to reach has kind of always been the goal. So the rest of it's all secondary. Like I said, my life is more about music and art, my kids and fucking cooking. And this is just, what it's become on its own because it's, turned into something that I really can't get behind, the industry and the business. I believe in helping people out. I consider you guys to be cool because we're all in this because we enjoy cannabis and we all have our different reasons. But if any of you were to ask me for something, I'd hand it to you, no problem. I just don't have but with the intentions, as long as, I wouldn't hand somebody those Colombian Reds, don't get me wrong, because I have hope in my heart that I'm going to be somewhere at some day, that even my other stuff that has like the treasure mix, where I know I've got a baked mango pheno in that pool that's just fucking incredible, and have the opportunity to run that stuff. And what's even worse is when somebody does give you the opportunity, and not to bring up a bad spot, but that Michigan situation. So a couple of years ago, I have this ex-military guy get a hold of me. He says, I got all this greenhouse area, and I want you to come out and bring your stock, and I'm going to give you 40%. I want you to be my master grower, master breeder. I said, all right. Loaded up all my shit, took all my genetics up to Michigan, Silver Lake, Mears area, and hooked them up. Fucking brought everything up there they needed, man. About 27 to 30 different varieties already in pots, already fucking isolated, already selected. Everything was done. Not only that, I was on the back end of selection. I had fucking Colombian blacks. I had fucking Bodie's Colombian blacks running. I had fucking just phenomenal genetics. I think I had Herb Pure Tea, which is a Dutch purple or a Dutch strawberry. Like, I just had some bizarre shit out there. And so anyway, what happened was, I think it's 2018, Adam Dunn had the ADSI event. And I told those guys, so we had 3 greenhouses. We're going to do 270 plants. They had licenses for 12 plants per license. And we had enough licenses to do 277 plants or something. We needed a staging room. So we had the main veg room. I had everything set up in the veg rooms, getting ready to do big selection or big clone, a big clone run. So we could start prepping for outdoors. The moms that we had in there, the 27 or whatever, and a couple extras were getting up potted to the next stage. So we needed a staging area to get those big enough to get ready to go outside. They were supposed to finish the staging area. I had the veg room was done by the time I went to Colorado to Adam's event. I had left them there for a week, and all they had to do was finish the staging area and keep the mothers watered. When I got back, 70% of the mothers were either dead or dehydrated. They hadn't done anything to the staging room. They had bought a bunch of Coke. They were fucking blasting material. They took the money they had that they were supposed to finish the staging room with and went and bought like 100 pounds of fucking somebody's fucking leaf, because they had the whole blasting set up. So they were hustling all their shit to Chicago. So they didn't care, because it's fucking, they're in Michigan. What the fuck do they care? So they're just blasting Earl, and they're getting it all taken, even though the shit they were buying was fucking molded fucking shit from somebody else. So they're blasting molded fucking material and selling it to fucking, cartel or fucking mob fucking people and whatever. So I get back there and I lose my shit. And like I said, I almost get shot. I start taking every cut that I can get, that anything that's left that's going to survive. And they didn't make it easy for me to do this. Before I even got back up there, I wanted to see what was happening. And he was like, well, we didn't get the room done. And that's kind of where I knew something was up. I was like, I need you to go in the other room and walk through there with the camera. And that's when I saw the condition of the plants, and I fucking lost my shit. So I get up there, and I took my son and another buddy up there with a van to get everything that I needed, any equipment I had taken up there, and I didn't even take plants. I literally just walked around. I take a fucking big Ziploc bag, put the name of the fucking variety up there, grab the fucking plant, hack the top off of it, wrap it in a piece of fucking wet toilet fucking towel, fucking tie it up. So I got a quick fucking clone, throw it in the bag, zip it up, throw it in the corner, and go to the next one, and just get the varieties that I could. And the whole time I was just fucking livid. And the guy was outside with like 5 or 6 other people. So I showed up with my son, who's, I'm not a very big person, a little Mexican dude that drove, and my son, who's a little bit shorter than me. And there was 6 dudes there. The ex-military dude had a 2x4 and was wanting to come at me with that. was telling me that I didn't know Motor Rebel, that I didn't know DJ Short, was fucking just all over me about all kinds of stupid shit. And so I started going off on him. I called Motor Rebel at that point. I go, that's funny. How about we just fucking call him? And so I started checking these people, and I stopped myself there. Then I was like, all right, wait, that's a bad idea. And so I kept trying to back away, but he kept talking all this shit, which would just keep fucking egging me on. So anyway, we got all the shit loaded up in the car, and about that time, a couple other dudes showed up, and they were dudes that would have gotten rid of us if anything would have gone any more sideways than it did. At this point, me and the main guy that had the 2x4 that I was having an issue with were fucking face to face, and I was daring him to fucking hit me with the 2x4. My son hid. He was fucking scared to death. And I'm not sure where the Mexican kid was, but I ended up somehow walking away from that fucking confrontation, going back to the van, the two thug fucking Vato Locos fucking that showed up. I fucking remember giving one a bag of sulfur and be like, throw these on there midway through Bloom. You guys might grow some decent fucking weed. And he's like, you need to fucking leave, motherfucker. I was like, yeah, I'm almost done. And finished up my shit, man. And they were loaded. They were packing. They were ready to bury us out there. I fucking drove away from that. And I shit you not even a year and a half, 2 years later, the same motherfucker calls me back wanting me to work with him. And he's still
that
rolling.
Takes some balls.
Right.
That takes some balls.
And I had on paper a $1.2 million plan that would have produced us hundreds of pounds of quality product. So I don't fucking know. So I'm very discouraged at a lot of this, even though, you know, I love the fucking plant to death. The business and the industry has destroyed it. It's fucking destroyed it. And so anyway, that's where it starts to get ugly now. Because now this is where it's why it's so personal to me. Because now I'm getting involved with people that I idolize. Okay, we're in the mid 90s, heading towards 2000. Now we get all connect. Now it's going to get fucking real. Not only did I read about these guys and idolize them, I'm going to go fucking meet them. You know, there was one point a couple of years ago, I'm sitting at John's. Okay, John is the guy who used to master grow for Tony of Sagamore Seeds. John is the reason why Tony won the cup with Western Winds. I'm sitting at John's house. John's in the other room. There's a knock at the door. It was like 4 years ago, maybe 5. And I'm like, hey man, you know, somebody's here. He's like, well, get the fucking door. And I go, I open it up, and there's a 6'2", 6'5" GQ Swiss Alp skiing looking motherfucker standing there. And you got to understand, John lives in Englewood, if anybody knows Colorado, and he's a biker. So it's not like we're living in a high quality establishment, even though this place is fucking proper. There's nothing, you know, shitty shabby about it. It's just, you know, it's definitely not Aspen. So it's fucking Simon from Serious Seeds. That's who I'm opening the door to. And behind him is this little Cuban chick who's a breeder from Cuba that he's running around with, probably boning, whatever's happening there. And I recognize, it takes me a minute, and I'm like, no fucking way. Is this who I fucking think it is? And I don't say it to him, you know, and this is just one instance of some of the weird shit that's happened. And like I said, this 4 or 5 years ago, I'd never met Simon. Even the first, when I knew Tony and we were working together, he didn't even want me to meet Adam. Like the way those breeders play each other is fucked up too. I can tell you guys some fucked up shit, but I don't want to go down that road, but I could, but I'm not, you know. But I can kind of insinuate a couple things. So Simon comes in and fucking, I'm like, he says, yeah, I'm Simon. I'm looking for fucking, you know, he's Dutch, you know, or whatever the Swiss, whatever the fuck he is. And John comes out and we start bullshitting. And I handed him a bud of Old Sog Super Silver Haze and something else that I was growing that we had run that year. Because he was looking for some bud, I believe. Just looking for some head stash. And he came to John's. He came to fucking the dude that, one of the guys that I respect most in Colorado that's been doing this since the 70s for real. You know, it's just, he's been doing more than just pot, unfortunately. That was just that scenario. And I didn't meet Tony through John. Tony's another situation. Tony's a very interesting story because I was introduced through Tony through people that isolated that Maz that I talk about in the 80s. All right. So I do know where it comes from, and I do know the pool of people and the genetics that it spawned from, but it's tricky because those people are tricky. For example, the Brainiac Mensa member that's behind a lot of that, his family. All right, you know how you have cryovac foods or whatever, like the foods that soldiers use when they're out on the field that has to be dehydrated or rehydrated, blah blah blah, whatever they're called. I forget what they're called. Okay, there has to be a space version. Go ahead. You're gonna say what it was. I know there's a term.
Oh, there are meats, I believe. The ready-made meals is basically all.
Yeah, but it's called something. It's that packer. I forget, but okay. But where I was going with it is okay. So the guys I'm talking about, there's also food that has to be able to survive in space, and you have to be able to eat it at those at that type of atmosphere and that type of shit. And that's what his family did. They're the people that produce the food that could be consumed in space and fucking wouldn't, that's where that's the level of, he's a very interesting guy. I'm trying to contact him again since I got to where I'm at now. I haven't talked to him in a minute. He's fucked up. He's mentally, usually people that are that brilliant are fucked up. And this guy's pretty fucked up. But he's fucking brilliant. Anyway, he's the way I got to the Maz. The way it happened was a buddy of mine hooked up with this chick, or no, a buddy of mine's ex-wife hooked up with him somehow. And then because my buddy and me were doing what we do in cannabis, he had talked to this guy, which had been doing this in cannabis in this part of the country for decades. It's like, well, I got a cut I can turn you guys on to because we had cuts too. And we're just, doing that thing. And that's where the Maz came in. Now, the reason the Maz grabbed my attention is because that cut that came across the States in the 80s, I told you about, late 80s, this is the first thing in a long time that I thought they would compare to it. Beside like Bubba and OG, if you put them together. But I don't want to bring those in because they just don't relate. They just weren't around. And people's versions of Bubba and OG now, I mean, Bubba, I think, has stayed pretty clear, but OG's been so bastardized. It's hard to say what the fuck kind of OG, because they just started throwing OG on everything. It just the fucking moniker. It didn't even have to be a Kush. OG was a Kush kind of when it was introduced. There was something cushy in there, but they fucked it up right quick after that. And they're like, well, it's gassy and fucking chemi. And no, it was never gassy. It was never chemi. It was complex, but gassy and chemi profiles didn't happen till later, at least where I'm from. So, because those were standout. And I can't, like I said, even in some of the arguments I've had with other people, I remember seeing sour diesel and diesel lines before caps. So I'm going to stay by that. Anytime I saw anything gassy or what could be considered gassy or chemi or skunk related, and it would have been something that I would call turbo skunk or an acrid skunk or a sulfur skunk, and that's where those gas and those terms come from. Afghan skunk would produce those tones. Anyway, so, but they weren't to the level, I'll give those guys that. They weren't to the level they are now. The chem tones and the diesel tones. They are fucking next level. Like they're prominent. You know when you got a proper diesel, you know you got a proper chem. But I don't even want to touch on any of that bullshit. So this cat that I was introduced to turned me on to that Maz, and I fucking love that plant to death. I studied the shit out of it, and I found it to be very similar, like I said, to that original fish that came through. And then we started talking about it, and I asked him how he got it, and we became pretty tight. And like I said, it pretty much was spawned from Cultivator's Choice Genetics or Super Sativa Club. Those early genetics from the 80s. That's all I can say, because everybody's got a story and they can try to connect it to this or that. So I just pool it to that time frame, because most likely it was all the same genetics anyway. It was just them guys passing them. There was so limited work done, even though it was happening, people, like I said, weren't communicating. It wasn't like you could call up your buddy and be like, hey, I'm gonna mail you a clone, because it was just, it might have started to been happening, but it definitely wasn't like it is anything like it is now. It's just a whole other creature. So the Moz stuck with me, and I kept that thing close and fucking started working with that. How did Tony come into the picture? Okay, so then he told me he knew Tony. That's how it happened. All right, and if you guys aren't familiar with Sagamore to Seeds, I don't know what to tell you. If you look at the history of how the seed companies are created, you'll see that Sacred, and then you have the Seed Bank and the Super Seed Club, and then from there, all the people that work together, blah blah blah. Then they became THCs and fucking Sirius, and they just broke off into these branches of new seed companies. And so, and they keep going from there. That's where you guys, all the breeders, are at now. They're way out here on the edges of all this shit that's fucking come out of this web of whatever the fuck we're doing. So my guy says, yeah, I can introduce you to Tony. I'm like, fuck, cool, all right. And at this point, I was a fan. I had run Yumboldt back in the day. When I went to Colorado with Tony, Skiddy himself gave me his cherry slider, if anybody knows even what that is. Cherry slider is basically like a cherry NL or a cherry AK. It's fucking phenomenal. If you ran it outdoors, man, you could retire on the amount that motherfucker put out. Anyway, the slider, the Yumboldt, what was his most prominent ones? The Bubbleberry, which was a big deal, because you're talking DJs, you're talking the original bubblegum cut. Okay, the line that they were fucking with, that original bubblegum, and then DJ's original blueberry work on the male side. So that combination of that original bubbleberry, and then what else did you do? It's like Blue Thunder was Matanuska to the blueberry. And then DJ got pissed at Tony and quit, because Tony's a fucking dingleberry. Went to Paradise, and that's why Dutch Passion. That's why Dutch Passion worked with DJ for a minute, and he ended up putting out Blue Moonshine and a couple other things, right? And then he ended up going to work with Breeder Steve and did the SOL work for Spice of Life, and he did Blue Satellite. Fuck. God, there's so many. There's some of those other Spice of Life ones that were flow related, and there was two flows. There was the flow FLOW and there's FLO, but they're both a floral blue line kind of thing, because DJ's floral lines were really into this incense floral thing, man, and it was really good pot. Flow is a really good pot, if for the old guys who know what flow is. I can't even explain flow, because then I'd have to explain Williams Wonder, because there's this floral, incensey, complex thing they have that it's hard to explain unless you have a bud there. You can give it to somebody. So anyway, DJ's jumping around just trying to find a place to work. Tony's already stole his fucking genetics pretty much. Those guys are still having their little clicks and switching them back and forth. And the whole time, there's us in the States, there's people in Australia, all over the world that we all know people still. And so these genetics are doing this all of a sudden in the 80s and 90s. Okay, but it's still, we're talking to each other. We don't have the internet, completely connecting us, but this work is being very paid attention to by the people involved. And then the end of the 90s starts to happen, and the internet thing and the websites. And fuck, I don't know what happened there. It seemed like everybody's attention, as soon as Sour D and OG Curse came out, it just fucking went to shit. And the Dutch got pissed, because they're like, OG ain't nothing more than a white widow, because they figured OG was just this. And then OG became original gangster when there was no thug connection back in the day. And I'm not, rapper, thug. I say that, even though I'm saying thug, it's I don't know. It's just the only way I know how to kind of present it. Okay, so the problem I have with OG, when it first came out, the first OG that I ever tried, the reason why certain terms get argued about is because they were brought, somebody said it. Okay, so when somebody says OG, we all think OG, like, I don't want to say original gangster because that came next. At first, it was something else, but why would there be other something else than OG? And the other versions were what? Ogres was one. Ocean grown was a big topic. And I think there was one more. Okay, so anyway, the reason why this has any meaning at all is because the first sample of OG that I was given to that really made an impression on me, I shit you not, smelled and tasted like ocean foam, like sea foam. And the term ocean grown Kush was the one that most connected it to me. So when people put on OG for original gangster and said that, and not only that, that sea foam Kush that I was given called OG Kush, the bud, I didn't grow it. It just came, it was a sample. So he's like, you gotta try this. Also had the Kush tones of the other Kush lines that I'm talking about from earlier, but now something else, the sea foamy weird shit that was in there. That was new. Okay. But as soon as somebody came out and said it's OG Kush, and the rappers took it up and they said, this is that gangster shit. And then it all fucking changed. And it didn't change for the better, man. I think it actually changed in the wrong direction because it became a hype game and not a real terpene profile real game, which is what we had based all our documentation off before that. The names didn't get too crazy because the name didn't relate to the variety. It was fucking stupid, So even when you had like Sugarloaf for certain lines that didn't make much sense, we'd almost avoid them because if it wasn't a simple line that was just called this, and this because of the parents used, then we just didn't trust what it was because people would change the names in order to copy somebody else's work and take full credit for themselves and not give them any credit when you'd fucking grow it and smoke and be like, this is the same shit that, this guy had over there 3 years ago. There's no fucking way this just came into existence out of nowhere. The profile is too fucking note for note. And that's what I mean by our clique of what we do and the people type of people we are is so small, especially the level that we're talking. Anybody that's understanding and following what we're really talking about. We're such a small group that really have this kind of fucking passion for, if you're serious, if you're just in this because you're fucking like smoking weed and you're still learning, power to you, man. Because this plant can fucking help you financially, mentally, spiritually. I don't give a fuck. It's an alien. This fucking plant, like I said, it's some parthenocarpic weird fucking alien shit. There's nothing in the world like it. I mean, literally. But so we get into those 90s and now we hit the 2000s. And I'm starting to breed Foeberry. I had that for a minute. The reason why Foeberry was so unique is it grew like an AK-47 in late bloom. It would smell like armpits and onions. And by the time you harvested it, it would smell like a biggest bowl of tropical fruit ever. And after the curing in the bag, a month later, it smelled like blueberries. So I called it Foeberry because you never knew what the fuck would happen until a month after it was harvested. Not only that, that fucking plant, every time you grew it and harvested it, would have a different effect profile. Sometimes it would lay you out. Sometimes it'd make you racy. Sometimes it'd be the grooviest shit ever. Dude, there's some plants out there. If you guys really pay attention to your plants and what they can do for you, and like I said, keep your paraphernalia clean, really connect to it, they can fuck with your mind, man. The plants are amazing, but the cannabis plant, fuck, dude. Like cannabis plant, it fucks me up. It's a creature. I don't even know, man. But all right, so yeah, those companies, man, and all that shit happened. And the online thing. The best part about the online thing, it was becoming kind of unified and concise. That OG, the original overgrow.com strain base. It wasn't that everybody was talking, because the talk was getting fucked up. Because I actually have I copy pasted conversations. If you guys know who Vic High was, if you guys know who Heirloom was, if you guys know who Hybe was, HYB. You also, I think, would kind of go in disguise as a guy named EXE. Anyway, so in the forefront of all this breeding that was happening back then, when the arguments of RRS, which is a type of selection. Fuck, it's Vic High's version of fast isolated selection, reoccurring. Fuck, reciprocate. I forget. I got the anyway. I got the documentation for it. We can check it out at some point. I have the conversations and the arguments from those sites between those breeders. Okay, Vic High arguing with Hybe, and it's fucking incredible. I mean, it's like watching a debate between fucking DJ Short and Robert Clark, and when they're in their forefront, when they are the forefront of the entire scene, when that was happening. And it's them arguing about how to isolate traits and how the genetics would backfire on you and how you'd have inbred mutations and just fucking tons of great information. And then them mentally and fucking with each other because they were brilliant and they knew they could throw in like a little joke comment and just fuck everybody up. Well, anybody that understood what they were fucking saying. So, and then that started taking a twist because you started to see it happen. Vic High disappeared. Romulan Joe was gone. Whatever happened to Jim Ortega, the rest of them stayed strong. The Dronkers hung with Sensi. Fucking Adam still got TH seeds. Simon's still fucking serious. Milo, Big Buddha seeds. I think Henk, Henk is Dutch Passion or Paradise. Shanti Baba Scott is Mr. Nice Seeds. And then later, after the OG thing hit, the problem with that is that now it's so convoluted that people think that what OG is Kush. And unfortunately, California decided to take on the term Kush and call everything Kush because the term Kush itself means killer in Hindi. Okay, so the term Hindu Kush, the reason why they called it that, and this is just stupid old fucking folklore, but it's not, it's what it is. The Hindu Kush Mountains are called that because the Indians, the Middle Eastern Indians, tried to pass and died there. And so it's called Indian Killer Mountains, Hindu Kush. And it's the Hindu people, and Kush is killer. And it killed Indian people, that range. And so those plants that were found up there were called Hindu Kushes because they were found, not the Khyber Pass, but up there in the Hindu Kush range. But the fucked up part is in the 90s, California or wherever the fuck, everybody decided to call everything fucking Kush. And it's not. Kush is a fucking very specific thing. And unfortunately, OG and the term Kush fucked it all up. Period. And it's so fucking distorted now that I don't know if it's like, it's fucked up. I don't know if it's repairable. Because people will fight over this shit now when they're completely wrong, when they don't even know. And how do you argue with somebody who is going to stand their ground because of what they were taught or learned? They're going to fucking scrap over. The same point. It's just, we're not getting anywhere. There's nothing definitive happening. It's just everybody standing on their ground arguing about their view. It's like, and there's no way to win that. And so that's kind of where the sadness is. So what do? I try to explain it and connect it to the stuff we still have access to, like the Colombian gold, the old Kush. If you have Oregon Kids Banana OG, run it, smell it. You're going to smell that banana Turk profile all over the bud. But when you smoke it, you're going to see OG Kush because it's going to be earthy as fuck. It's going to be pretty complex. You ain't going to get any chem in there. If you do, then it ain't fucking banana OG. You're not going to get any diesel. There's no gas in it. It's just this really complex, earthy, fucking Kush, man. It's fucking simple. It's just fucking Kush. And he crossed it to the banana, which came out of a Saga-Martha 60/40 mix. If you guys know who Oregon Kid is and what I'm talking about, that banana OG cut that went around, it's fucking phenomenal. Best banana terp profile on the market, hands down. I don't care. That's a tough one to find. You know, we see oranges and we see cherry and we see blueberry and fucking fruits and all kinds of shit, diapers, fucking, you know. But that particular one, banana, a banana profile, that's the only one. Even chocolate, I've only seen chocolate 2 or 3 times, and I'll give Adam Dunn credit on that one. That chocolate chunk he had, even though that pot didn't smoke, like effect wise, very, you know, effectively. The chocolate chunk, even though the bud was purple and pretty, it smelled like fucking chocolate. It actually did. It's not coffee, you know how we get the coffee tones, and some people might relate that to the chocolate, the coffee chocolatey thing we're working on. That one Adam had there, the chocolate chunk was definitely chocolate, like a milky dark chocolate kind of combination tone. Unfortunately, the pot didn't smoke very good and it doesn't have much of an effect at all. But that banana was another one. That's a tricky profile to come by. You don't find that anywhere. And I had never heard of it before, banana OG. And it was interesting that it came out of a 60/40 mix. Go ahead.
I've got a banana. Primal Punch the Primal Punch that I've been running had a banana Beano there. Very pronounced banana to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had that. It's like a baby food banana. It's what we hit the second round of the Primal Punch.
Yeah.
Super delicious.
Yeah. If you can get it to transfer, that's like that banana, the banana OG, the terps on that are banana taffy. Anybody knows that fucking banana taffy smell. I mean, it's so good. But the banana OG, that, and I don't even want to say OG. I mean, I realize, that's how Oregon Kid made it. But fuck, the banana on that is so fantastic. Good God, I wish it translated to the palate. Oh my God, because it is that good. But if you have one that actually translated pretty well, you said?
It's fucking all the way through. I mean,
wow.
From the bud to the bag to the very
The
last
smoke, yeah,
hit.
the smoke is the tricky part because that's where I lose it in the banana OG. I mean, maybe if you grew it fast and kind of, you know, that's something we can get into later. You can get kind of a different pronounced profile if you grow something fast flowered and you get that sugary front end, hurried up bud, which will have maybe a sweeter, more up effect, a little quicker onset, maybe a quicker dissipation even. But you get this different profile to when you long run it, and you get like a more mature, richer, deeper kind of type of profiles. And that banana, yeah, there's just no way to get I want the banana on the palate because it smells literally that banana OG, man. It fucks me up so bad because it's so good on the bud. I mean, it's so banana fucking taffy on the bud until you fucking load it. Then you load it, and it's just so OG. It's just so fucking much like no banana. It's just like, fuck, I just wish there was some banana in there. But I mean, you can't have it all. But yeah, if you have something that came off like that, that's a fun one to have. But I mean, I'm not set on that particular. The whole thing is the effect. As long as there's some effect to something, then it's worth pursuing. But yeah, that I was. So what I had done, I had an idea to try to remove the OG from the banana. Pardon me. So I had that blueberry from Outcast. This is going to sound probably really weird to any breeders out there. People get what I'm about to say. So my idea was 2 sweet sativas to the banana to push out the OG. Okay, so I got the Outcast blueberry and I got Indian Guys Indiana bubblegum for the male. And I make my first sativa pool, and that's the blueberry from Outcast, which is a fast flowering sativa blueberry, very candy store blueberry, not floral. Well, kind of floral in the taste because you can't avoid that almost floral thing from blueberry lines in general, that flow, because it's the floral lines is the base to all a DJ's work, so you just can't avoid it most of everything he does. but that Indiana bubblegum was phenomenal. That I got from Indian guy, and but I had that in mail. I had that in that was my mail donor. So I put those together to have my basic seed pool, sativa seed pool to start some lines, and so I did. Banana splativa is what I called it, and I actually have them. So it's possible. I actually made a post about that the other day. It said and made a little tag to Oregon Kids saying I still might try to fucking pull this off. So that would be my goal. I'm going to run that, and so I already crossed it to the banana OG. I ran the F1 of that blueberry to the Indiana bubblegum, pulled a male from that F1 seed run or that F1 seed sprout in that run, used that male on a couple things, but one of them was the banana OG, and then I crossed it with a couple other things, that pollen. But that was my goal with the banana splativa, was so my next round, like when we're high, we were talking, I heard you guys, oh wow, that's right. So I've been watching your shows and I've been watching you guys talk about a lot of topics, and I literally wrote down your names and some of the topics you were talking about so I could bring them back up. Like for example, Jack Greenstock. Okay. I think I got that right. He asked what Photoshop P was. Okay. This is some of the stuff, like this is how weird I get in general, just because I enjoy some people's angles. Photoshop P is portable. It's a compact version of Photoshop that you can use on portable devices. That's what P means. So it's a limited edition of Photoshop. Easy enough. Like that kind of shit. Smiley, he talks about male stress testing. I definitely want to talk about that. Atomic levels of molecular structures. Some other stuff with that. Eagle, you were talking about training, scrogging, sea of greens, super cropping, mangroving, and creeping plants. I want to talk about that. Canopies versus horizontal, something I wanted to talk to you about. Red pill, males in female populations. Morphic resonance, field 0 point power. I like Red pill. He reminds me of somebody very, very mental person I know. And that males and female populations is a big issue. Okay, so let's make this real quick and simple on that one. And then this is a kind of a cool one. In any big female population, if there's not a male, what's it going to do? One of them plants is going to go hermaphrodite. That's why that happens in that particular situation, because it has to propagate. It's got to live. How can all female plants just come to fruition and not progress? So the reason why that happens in a population, if there's not a male and one of those females goes male, that's the reason why. Also, if you have a whole room full of females and you're sprouting seeds, how do you think those seeds are going to react to all those females? If you only have a couple seeds, what you guys were talking about are how plants respond to each other before they're plants, before they're male or female. And I love this shit, dude. I've been watching you guys. I'm going back through your shows and fucking watching this shit and taking notes, because I was messaging you guys in chat saying, can I call in or something? Because I fucking wanted to input, and there was just no way to get to you until we did this. But I was going fucking nuts. So that's some of the stuff, because a lot of the stuff you guys talked about, I've been there and fucking beat it to death. Like that's what we do, and I want to share any of my viewpoints. So that male and population thing, that's very pertinent. You bet, man, because if you have a bunch of females, okay, which most of us do, we run clone moms. Okay, anytime you run seeds, they sense that there's a bunch of females, and so at times some of those seeds will roll over male because they want to provide for those females. And same with ones that aren't sexed. If you have a whole bunch of unsexed, okay, and one of you guys brought up all seeds are female, and I'll agree with that to a point. I'll say all seeds are 80% chance, maybe a little more, that are going to be female. But I have reasonings behind that too. And another thing that Robert, you guys were talking about was getting more of a female percentage from seed, which was a topic that Robert Cornell Connell has in his botany book about a Russian study that I found really interesting. I do use it to this day, that will give you a higher percentage from seed of females. And they got in trouble for it because it was a Russian study and they were using cannabis and they weren't supposed to. But what they did was they ran like hundreds of seeds. Some of them were in small containers, some of them in medium containers, and some of them in oversized containers. And they all went from seed from those containers. And then they documented the populations, the female male percentage of the populations. What they found was if you stress a plant or over comfort it, it will go male most often. Okay, so in order to get a 70, 80% female from seed, the key was to keep it as comfortable as possible without over or underdoing it. So plants that aren't sexed before root bound or stress will most likely have more of a 50-50 or higher percentage of going male because of that. Plants that are kept perfect, right in line as the plant progresses in your little cup and now it needs its root mass has reached the bottom, little thing sticks out, and you know you got to transplant to your next level. This plant that slowly goes from comfort to comfort and very low stress and gets to do its own thing its own way will naturally become a female if there's a male around, or it knows it's the female that's going to be the mother to the area that it's occupying, I guess is one way to look at it. And then the final result was the ones that they put in oversized containers became out more male as well. And the oversized thing I consider a stressing is most people, when they use oversized containers, it's not that it can't be as successful, but I think they overwater, because the problem with an oversized, without getting too technical or scientific, the smaller containers work best because they dehydrate fast, and wet and dry cycles are equally important. It's good to have a good drench cycle to make sure everything's revitalized and moisturized and all that, but it is important to have a dry cycle so the roots can breathe, they can die, produce material for bacteria to eat, and then make accessible again to the roots and make the whole biosphere very active in general. All right, so where you're watering, you're waiting until it's almost too dry before you water it, or you're not stressed, but just to that point where that air circulation point doesn't happen too fast or too slow, which in a bigger pot, you put a little plant in a big 5-gallon pot and you water it, and 2 weeks later it's still moist, because it just doesn't need it. And so that's kind of that mentality. And that's what I gained from Robert Clark's point of view in that book. Even though I've gone back through his botany book, it might have been DJs or something else. It's hard for me. I haven't been able to find that particular passage, but that's what I gained from it. And that's just that particular note about the male, the seed percentages from seed. And then there's the weird thing, how they say you can look at the little hole on the seed and decipher if it's a male or female before you even pop it thing. I never bought into that. I like the real natural. I liked the explanation Robert gave to the Russian test and that theory. Like, to me, that kind of evidence and that kind of conversation and that documentation has merit. There was something there. It's just like I said, certain words or terms are used, whether they're applicable or not to what's happening, like the OG and the ocean grown thing. Unfortunately, it wasn't just a word that was thrown out there. People argued about it. So even though it's been cast to the side, no one fucking probably even remembers it. It fucking had meaning at one point, at least to me, and somebody else who argued it and brought it up, because I didn't make any of that shit up, and shit didn't even exist until those guys all started fighting about it. But even before then, Sour D, like, okay, so kind of, yeah, okay, wait, real quick, just because there's some couple good points that I wanted to bring up, just because, like I said, I've really been following you guys, and I appreciate the amount of effort you guys put in. And I've been dying to say some of this stuff to you guys. Like the sonic bloom, you guys were talking about the sonic frequencies that can help bloom, and that you fucking ain't right. The name of that was sonic bloom, sonification or frequency response. It's the higher pitches, I believe. The sonic bloom CDs that we used to have was classical music with higher range, because I'm a musician, but in the background there was these bird chirping noises that were very high pitched, and there probably some frequencies that we can't audibly hear. So it's probably beyond us, but they did test all that before it was released. And there's, when they sold you Sonic Bloom, it was a spray and the CD. And I don't think you needed the spray. It's the sound. It's the early bird chirping and something in there that helps the plants.
I think it's the whippoorwill. You ever hear whippoorwill?
One more time.
Have you ever heard of whippoorwill?
Whippoorwill?
Whippoorwill.
Whippoorwill?
Yeah. Yeah, whippoorwill. It makes like this, like it's a repeating like sonic noise. I often think that's the one that's the closest.
It's very possible. Remember in the Sonic Bloom CD, like no matter what the classical music or the music they had playing was, you heard that in the background. You heard that whistling, the bird song. It's bird song is what we're talking about. To any bird people that you'd ask, you're like, oh, that's bird song. And it's that, and fucking it's in there, but it sounds, like I said, I'm a musician, so I get pitch. It sounds a little different, like it's tuned up a little bit. I think there's some frequency things in there, and there are some really brilliant guys like is it Michael Wolf Siegel? It might be Jim Ferrer that is a light fanatic. I mean, he can tell you about anything to do with light spectrums and how it affects plants and animals and everything. And I don't know if I know an audio guy like that. And that's what it probably needs, is somebody that, I'm pretty anal about audio because I'm a musician and I tune my ear. And I have a good ear, good pitch. But yeah, I'm not the science behind that. Okay. So we used it in a couple rooms, but I also played Zeppelin and Hendrix, and I've never used CO2. I don't believe we need to use CO2 unless you're really trying to maximize every aspect. I just think it's fucking overkill. If my idea is, all right, so if you're running a line or trying to perfect a run or a variety to get it to full maturation, just the best it can be, then do it without anything first. If you can get it almost to where you need to, or actually, if you can get it to a really good point without any extras, then what you do from there can only improve it or fuck it up. Matters how but at least you're to a point where you know what the plant can do. And that's kind of what I do with any variety. When I even get to learn it or try it, I'm going to run it, feel it out, get it to that. All right, now I got it nailed. But I'm not pushing it yet. You know what I mean? I might push it to try to get it to, if it's not doing something that it should normally be doing. Yeah. But after the fact is when I push it. Now that I feel it out and I feel comfortable with it and I feel it feels comfortable with me. And I'm like, all right, now I might try to get it to do a little bit of this or that. But I'm constantly working with the plant. Here's the irony. And I said this a long time ago. We fucking give these plants own us, dude, whether we understand this or not. We give them better air than we have. We give them better food. We give them more love than we get. Dude, we build rooms specifically for their comfort. Dude, these plants own our asses, bro. It's like, we're in there petting them. We're talking sweet, it's just what it's. Plants are smart, man, and they react. And that's kind of the concept of, if you connect to your plant and you really get it's not even giving your all, just get that understanding first and then work with it to figure it out. Because for example, Williams Wonder was a brutal fucking blueberry was a brutal line to understand. It took me fucking years before I could get a blueberry to grow worth a fuck. Williams Wonder is another kind of, it's a tricky flowering plant. It's not that it's blueberry complex flowering, because blueberry can either be easy, kind of easy, or a fucking nightmare. A woody purple stalked fucking, locked up fucking nightmare, which is, the majority of them. But so we'll try to get back on any type of path here real quick. So the genetics in the 90s. Where were we? Okay, so the Maz came back into play with OGs for me and Bubba. Because I was like, oh, this has kind of got something in there that was relative. But I wasn't sticking to it because everybody's stories was so fucking crazy. And honestly, Bubba and OG to me were kind of blasé because they were comparative to Old Kushes or a White Widow, those earthy, rich lines that we already kind of beat up already. But when Sour D hit the scene, that got attention. Now we're getting into the Chem Diesels. It just gets uglier from here. But my first experience with any of those was Sour Diesel. Sour Diesel. I'm going to show you guys a picture. This one's kind of fucked up, and it's out of kind of Cannabis Culture magazine. Hold on a second. Oh, God. All right. Now, you see this image? Is that pretty clear? Just a basic
Like the whole
sentence from Cannabis Culture magazine, right?
Pretty.
What do you think this is? Let me see if you can see it. Can you see it?
Okay, headband.
What does it say it's made out of?
That part is blurry.
It says Sour Diesel to Master Kush. Documented in a fucking prevalent magazine from Canada in the 90s. Okay. So, all right. That's all I want to touch on as far as that goes. Sour D was really good though. Headband is a different beast, and headband because every headband I've had has been very dieselish rather than chemi. Chemi is an advanced version of diesel to me. It's more complex. There's a lot more going on. Diesel to me is very clean and has a specific head to it. Not only that, but headband, the reason I relate it to that is because you get that grip. If you smoke a real headband, I grew Lumpa's headband and the 91 Chem D, and then all Noma, Soma's New York City diesel wasn't a fucking diesel. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it wasn't a diesel. But Sour D was all over the place at the end of the 90s there, early 2000 with that OG. Everybody's passing OGs and I avoided it because I didn't want to deal with any of the fucking chaos that was causing. And I had a Kush, I think back then at the time, that I was happy with. I had a Hindu or something that I was running that was Kush enough. So I didn't give a shit about what was happening there. But I did want to try the Bubba because everybody's talking about the coffee. And that is one of the tones that I did relate to the earlier Kush stuff. So I did get a hold of the P98 Bubba, which stood up. I mean, it was what it is. The stoned P98 Bubba is kind of hard to find. It is in there. It's kind of it's not, I don't think it's very strong. The profile for Bubba is fantastic. That coffee fucking rich tone, the complexity of Bubba itself is phenomenal. And that's kind of what those old Kushes were. I consider it more cushy than even the OGs. Honestly, I think Master Kush, the LA, I don't know if it was LA Master. One of the Master Kushes was very good. That was from out of Cali. Might have been the LA Hindu. No, it couldn't have been the LA Hindu. Because, all right, Hindus can be tricky because there's that Afghan acrid thing. And if you even look in some of the books, they'll talk about a terpene profile that is turpentine, very acrid, like super fucked up, sharp. It's turpentine almost, fingernail polish kind of shit. That's something that was connected to the Hindus, the Hindu Kush profiles. So that's how fucking weird, complicated they got. So I kind of see why people would try to link certain things to certain things, but at the same time, like I said, the information got so convoluted. I didn't care. Everybody's got their own, you guys even talk about it, they got their own views, their own things that they enjoy, even the way these plants affect each of us. A good example of that, one person can take a pill that'll make them sleep, and another person can take that same pill and stay up for a half a day and feel kind of energized, or the other way around. One pill that makes somebody very active somebody can take a nap on it. You know, it's just the way people are, their chemistry are. So everybody's different. So it's hard to compare all the ways it could affect each other. So all we really can do, and Breeder Steve's fucking interview, dude, that was awesome. I've watched that thing a couple times now, bro. Dude, Breeder Steve, holy fucking shit. Good on you for getting that guy. Because I love that guy. He's one of my favorite people ever, man. He's just got the best fucking mind and the best attitude and done some really great shit.
A couple episodes with him.
Right?
I was actually thinking about hitting him up to see if he wanted to be on the 420 episode.
I don't, dude. Honestly, what's fucked up is after I watch your show, I've been plotting how to get to fucking Colombia. Like I want to go to, dude. It's, you know what I mean. That's what that did to me. I'm like, what's stopping me? I'm like, nothing. I'd fucking go down. You know what I mean? I'm 50 fucking 3 years old. My kids and my, daughters hopefully gonna get married and settle down here, and my son's in college. And I'm just kind of spinning my heels, man, wondering what the fuck I'm doing back in this fucking cracked out state. And so, yeah. So going beyond those, that sour D was fucking really good though. And then a bunch of people from Europe started, and this is, I think, what really divided us all, because it was already kind of divided how we'd be like Dutch versus American versus Canadian work, and I think Canadians and Americans were a little more connected because we'd always be like, well, it's the Pacific Northwest, and the Canadians would be like, yeah, we've always used the American genetics, and we can acclimate and make and do stuff with your genetics up here faster than you guys can down there, and fucking change up their, the way they'll perform. And Dutch, I don't know, man. A lot of the Dutch work was good. I think it was just there because it was legal. They get away with it, not because it was a good place to do it. So it was good that they did it, but I think they fucked a lot of shit up acclimation wise doing it, if that makes sense. Like fucking Dutch weather isn't fucking good. It's the last place you want to fucking grow anything. I mean, their fucking climate sucks. So you know what I mean? So it's cool that they did and like Tony, okay, Sagamartha, he was doing mushrooms. He was the first, I think, one of, if not the first guy to bring psilocybin over there and produce them. And that's what he was doing in his prime over there. He wasn't even fucking worried about growing pot and that shit. I think he was he was into mushrooms because that's what he got popped for over there. Because you're not supposed to have any dry spores on site. And he had a mushroom fall off of the fucking thing or something and dry up on him, and they got him. And so, but he had a license to do all that shit and everything. And this is when, late 80s, early 90s, where it was definitely a lot looser than it is now. Because now it's all fucked up. Now they have worse laws than we do. And what's fucked up is his buddy John, the guy I'm talking about that used to be pretty much the master grower for Tony. He called that shit like 15, 20 years ago when they were in Amsterdam. He's like, you watch, these guys are going to have American laws here within 10 years. And sure as fuck, man. They sure did. They fucked it all up. To where you go to a cup in Amsterdam and you can't even take an ounce in with you or some shit. I don't know. But I mean, I wasn't. It's fucked up, right? I mean, that was like the culture. It's like they unplugged the whole culture. It just doesn't even make sense. How can you regress? Where's the progression in that? I just don't understand that. It worked for me. They had no problem with it. It was working. Why? I just don't understand it. So, yeah. So that's
the story about that cup things and the amount of weight. I've never actually been turned away for the amount of weight I've taken into a cup, but I'll shit you not. I have been turned away for stickers. Okay, it's right there. You take in a backpack full of fucking stickers and swag or, some shit you want to give away.
really
Like, get that out of here. Get that out of here. It's like, what? You go take that shit back to your car and come back with, a bunch of fucking weed and fucking the same backpack. They're like, come on in.
Yeah, that doesn't need that. See, that sounds like a little too controlling. I mean, you can't stickers. Yeah, that's like lanyard
Seriously.
promotion. Any promotional. Yeah, that sounds like a little bit too much of a monopoly situation there for sure. If they're trying to stop people from promoting and just being fucking having fun, that's fucking stupid. And that's the sad part about it. I think those couple early, like the early cups, the ones in 2012 or 2013, they were still pretty loose. You know, you kind of got your reggae rap kind of thing happening there, and they were kind of laid back and not too hyped up, blown out. And then, dude, seeing Chelsea Handler dealing with the Emerald Cup this year is just kind of fucking, I don't know. I mean, they got Ziggy Marley, I guess, but you know, Chelsea Handler is probably getting paid to do it, and then she's only there to promote her own shit anyway, which she probably has no idea how it's growing or what it is. So, but she's pretty hot. I'd fuck her. Don't get me wrong. So anyway, yeah, let's chisel through a little bit more of it. So now we hit the internet and everything's fucking, it's still going all right, but OG is on its back leg and not by choice. I don't know how that all went down, how they got busted. It fucked a lot of shit up. Because I wasn't prominent on OG, I was prominent on CSW or CSC or HG420 mainly was my biggest outlet. And on HG420, man, I don't know if you guys remember, it was like Muffin Man run it. Doc Chronic was the main guy. And you could talk to anybody. You could drop in their chat room and end up talking like Fett or fucking Spice Brothers would be in there once in a while. Sub Cool would be in there. I didn't see like Big High or nothing. Breeder Steve, maybe. I mean, you could get response off of them though. You could drop into their forums, have a comment, say something about their stuff, ask them how to this and this, and they'd comment. They would reply to you. You had access to them, which was fucking incredible. You know, and I think OG started that kind of concept, but it wasn't that kind of connection to start. On OG, what they did is they kind of still kept that separate, but they did that strain base. So after you'd run somebody's genetics, you would list it in the strain base and then give all the information you could about it. It was very detailed and really organized, really nice. And sure, there's hype versions of this and that, or maybe misconceptions, but that's because somebody would get the wrong seeds or they'd fuck up and plant these ones thinking they were something else and then report on it and be like, well, they came out real good, but they're nothing like they said they were going to be. It was the grower's fault, you know, or some, or even the breeder's fault with the wrong seeds and the wrong, you know, there's shit happens. We're fucking human as far as that goes. But all right, so you know, at that point, let's see. Trying to think like what was the most prominent thing to happen like in after OG and Heaven's Stairway, because everybody split up and kind of freaked out, and everybody was looking for, what do we call it? Not refuge. Yeah, refugees. Everybody was an OG refugee for a while, and I wasn't an active member on OG. I think I just lurked and just copied the strain base note for note. I was really active. I was only active from, I started in 2002 publicly, feeling comfortable enough to even talk about pod online. And by 2004, I definitely had some threads going on IC, or no, I joined in 2006 on IC Mag, because IC didn't start until 2004 or right before then, because shortly after that's when Overgrow went down. And you gotta, you know, I'm sorry guys, I mean, I am kind of old and I have had mental health, you know, issues, and I do have like not memory loss, but yeah, there's a little bit, you know, it takes me a second sometimes to drill some of that shit back up. And a lot of things happen in that 85 to 2005. I mean, it's like it all got put into a blender, you know, and then since then, everybody's been trying to figure it out. But you know, what happened in that 20-year span was fucking a lot, you know, just like so much. And so it's really hard to try to break it all back down and really understand where we're at now. And if there was more communications between kind of the guys that are the elders and the ones that are directly connected with those lines and the younger, um, you know, the younger cats now that are doing what, you know, taking it, gonna have to take it somewhere. You know, it's the only way to get it to happen is by telling them and showing them and getting to them to experience, you know, those same things that we did. Which, you know, everybody's getting high and we're all enjoying what we're doing. But like I said, that diversity for me is where the creativity and excitement is. It's good to have a lot of gassy blueberry things around, but I like the effects and the stuff that I get from a haze that I can't get from anything else, and the skunks and the way they hit me, and not just the blues, but you know, there's variations of purples, the cherries and the oranges, and those are just the terp profiles, and then you just have such a big range of effects too. Now that CBD's playing in, and we got CBDBs and just new level of cannabinoids, which, you know, pardon me, as a consumer, I'm not really too. I medically, I have, like I said, some mental issues, but physically, I'm good. I don't smoke for pain relief or nothing like that. But the Moz that I do have has made people throw up, made people pass out, and gave one guy that had had pain for over 25 years and opiate addicted. It was the first time in 25 years it had taken pain away from him, and that's what the Moz had done. And that's what, you know, keeps me connected with certain lines. But other than that, the ones that I find particularly work for me are the ones I focus more on. And that's why even where I'm at now, the line that I've been talking about mostly, that raspberry waltz or the Moz or whatever, the reason why the waltz is such a big deal, and it's not the waltz, it's the poodle nuts, and that's just because it's the Urkel end of it, and Urkel is where I found one of my just favorite plants of all time. Just if you really like green, or that the grape skunk, you know, it's just the perfect, like almost Hawaiian, Korean. I've heard it. There's so many stories about I like to have a purple conversation because I do believe there's only a handful of the particular purples we're talking about, not the meat purples that don't carry the grape with it. You know, that grape purple, the flavor funk that comes with those particular purples, not the fox ones, like the black Russian where it's purple but it smells like, you know, black pepper and smokes like black pepper. Purple rhino, you guys remember that one? That was like menthol. It almost had a mentholated fucking hash thing going on, which, you know, pretty looking, and yeah, it had a good nose on it, and purple as fuck, that bud. But yeah, it's not something you like get into over and over again. It's more just like something fancy schmancy to kind of try and then move on from.
What
But
about the purples do you like? Is it just an aesthetic look, the look of it, or is it something about the
no, not at all. I could care less if it's even, like I said, I'm more of an art person. So the way I even look at the color purple is by subtractive, which is like the way you stack or take colors away from colors to end up with other colors. And so when I relate it to cannabis, that was my first fascination with purples, is where the fuck is this purple color coming from? And that drove me into trying out purple number one and trying out purple lines. And I tried so many, man. It was like that. Like I said, purple number one was pretty much just like purple fucking mids, not even mids. What were the other, like purple rhino? Okay, so this is all right. Anybody that bought genetics in the 90s, this might throw them back a flashback. Okay, so all those seed companies that we're buying from, now that you even mentioned this is kind of a looking big fucked up part. All those genetics that were there in the mid 90s, I'm pretty sure when that purple number one, or when purples became popular, they fucking all jumped on this bandwagon at one time. And so not only that we had purples were made available to us, And I don't know if it was Subby or Sunny Chiba. Like, I'm not sure where the purples came from, because that purple number one was the one that was offered by one of the companies. And so that was available. And then there's that purple that Adam had that was that fucking chocolate. So they had access
So
to these. Go ahead.
I I go back and watch Brett Booth's episode. He was one of
Okay.
the first High Time Cups winner. He was on the show.
Okay.
And he broke down his theory on exactly according it came from his camp. But
Oh,
he
what
broke
purple?
that down. Yeah. The
Oh no,
perks,
yeah,
all that.
no, there's a lot of no.
Yeah.
Yeah, purples is a touchy subject, man. Anybody that's claiming
Oh yeah.
ownership of purples, I'm sorry, I'm gonna tell them they're full of shit right now. Matter of fact, hold on one second. Oh God, here we go. All right, well, let's start in 1976 with purple Zawatane. So unless this guy was in Mexico in 1976 and related to these crazy Mexicans down there, I'm gonna have to call bullshit. And this isn't even a purple plant. This is just a plant that's purple, probably because of stress. So anyway, that was documented on the cover of a fucking Marijuana Monthly magazine in 1976. So I don't know.
I'm not calling any truths.
Yeah, and then you got purple haze,
Same.
which was like a haze that just turned purple, and shit like that. And we know that cold temperatures will make pop purple. There's a lot of purple conjecture. There's a lot of topics that we can go down the purple road with. And my advice to you on that one is, whether that guy had a say or not, get a hold of Sunny Chiba. Have a conversation with him, do an interview with Sunny Chiba, and talk about anthocyanins. If you want to go about colors, that's, you know what I mean? I've been into this for a minute, but these are people that I respect and are way beyond my level of that particular field. Because that's why I went there with him. I'm like, all right, who is the best guy that knew anything about purples and really worked with them? And Sonny did. He started with an AK Cherry 47, if I'm correct. He ended up doing double purple Doja, Black Russian. This is Sonny Chiba. This is the guy that actually did something good with purples, and that's the fucking weird part. Okay, let me get back to the purple thing for a minute. The reason why that had kind of any weight in the 90s, I think those guys got a hold of that purple, and they're like, we need to make everything fucking purple. And all of a sudden, the genetics that I would order, like the reason that we'd order the Nirvana stuff was not beyond the price, but some of them we talk about and be like, that Misty from Nirvana was pretty fucking good. Their AK-48 wasn't bad, probably just because it was a rip of AK-47. Bubblicious, rip of fucking bubblegum. That's all those were. So the papaya was fucking really good. So anyway, all of a sudden, like in the mid 90s to late 90s, we get those same seed packs, right? So now we're running like one of them was the AK or the white rhino from Nirvana. And what did we start seeing? Purple phenos and white rhino. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Then all of a sudden we're seeing purple phenos and they're like Hindu Kush or Master Kush. And then we're seeing, and not purple hued phenos and end of season maturity purple, like meat, that purple meat. And I'm pretty sure that at one point, all those guys were like, we're going to sell them all purple weed now. Let's just breed it all the purple shit. And they went balls out with it for a minute. And for a couple of years, though, everything that I seemed to run and get from Dutch Genetics had some kind of purple infused in there that made it worse. So I don't know, man. They can tout all they want about purple, but when it comes to it, there's only been a couple over the decades that were ever serious contenders. And we can't say Granddaddy Purple because Granddaddy Purple isn't a purple. It's a hybrid. It's an Urkel 2, a big bud. So it's not even relevant. Okay, we got to figure out what Urkel was. I do believe Garberville grape is a pertinent factor. The Hawaiian indica, the purple indica, unfortunately, is a direct sibling to the PG-13. So it is actually a purple Afghan. And I know people are going to hate hearing that, but I heard it from Clips himself. So anybody wants to argue that one with me, you're more than welcome to. So I will say that again, the purple indica, the Hawaiian purple indica, and Pacific's G13 are sisters. And the reason why Pacific presented them like that is because he actually had two G13s and he couldn't call them both G13. So he called one PG13 and he called the other purple indica. That's a fact. The way I know that is if anybody knows the purple indica or the PG13 line, you're going to know one terp profile, and that's perfume. And you don't get perfume in a lot of profiles. And this is a particular perfume. And unfortunately, it's not a very nice one. It's kind of like an old lady fucking overdone perfume. And that was the giveaway. And you'd run those. I had the purple indica cut. I ran that for quite a while. It doesn't have a very good high to it. It's a beautiful plant, fucking beautiful. I couldn't find an effect profile. I mean, it's if it's there, it's very mild. I just didn't do anything for me. The one line that I did click into were the purple G's and all that were connected, or the G13. I don't even think I run the PG13 or the Airborne 13. I just didn't believe in the 13 stories, the G13 stories. And I still don't or care. I just, like I said, I go by plant, not by story. So I'll run a line and I'll deconstruct it. And that's how I work. I don't work by stories or by history. I'll look at a parent line or a hybrid line that I'm working with, and I'll go backwards and I'll research the parents, and then I'll find the parents and I'll find stock from the parents. I'll run them. I'll get full understanding of those, and I'll work my way back to the effects and the profiles of exactly what I want through the parent lines. I'll reverse engineer the shit, deconstruct it. So that's what happened with me on purples. I tried a bunch of them, and then it was like, okay, I get why these are like this and this is like this, because they all showed me. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to go. And it just came. It was right there. It was very easy to see. So so that particular, that what I just said there about Clips and Pacific is a big deal. All right. So that's probably like I've never told anybody that. So you guys, that's a very tricky topic. Clips has died. He's passed. I don't know if Pacific's out there. My knowledge of Pacific was he was a metalhead, kind of death metal, dark metal band guy or something. And then he got a sex change and became a female and dropped out of the cannabis scene, is the word on the grapevine word. I ran the purple indica after I had run a line called the Purple GBX3 from Guru from Kings of Canna back in the late 90s, early 2000s, because I was infatuated with Hawaiians after I had tried my first Maui Wowie. And I wanted Hawaiian. And then I heard about Puna. I think I had a Puna at that point too. Somebody gave me some Puna smoke. I was like, this is some fucking beautiful weed, man. I mean, it's like kind of like a purple tone in there, but add like hazelnut, roasted chestnut tones. I don't even like buttery, creamy, roasted chestnut tones. I don't even know how to explain it. And that's kind of what I got from Puna butter kind of stuff. There's these buttery, nutty tones. So anyway, I was on HG420 and Kings of Canna, Guru, GRURU. Okay, I'm not sure who he's working. It didn't matter. What had happened was Motor Rebel had given me purple butters marijuana. I had run it and I'd seen the purple butters come out of it. And I'm like, I asked Motor Rebel, where'd you get this? He said, well, this cat Guru made them up in somewhere. He connected me with that guy. He sent me, or I think Motor Rebel actually sent me purple butters on its own too, like in an F-Gen. But then I got a hold of Guru himself, who enjoyed my passion for his work so much that when he retired, he sent me all of his stock. It was fucking crazy. He did, like, if you look up Kings of Canna and Guru, you'll see stuff like White Rabbit. I'll have to look it up, man. That goes, I might have to look that one up. There was a couple of very particular lines that he did. Anyway, the reason why the purple GBX3 matters is because it's a it's the two G13s that Pacific was working on, starting to do the BX because he's working them into it. That's why it's a BX3. The butters, I'm not sure how the butters got in there, but that's the cross that I was given was purple butters crossed to PGBX3, which was the Pacific G13BX3, which was the inbred, the breeding process that was happening with the G13s. As far as Pacific's work went with the PG13 and the purple indica. I have no idea how this relates to any of the G13 stories or the AG13. If you guys, do you follow where I'm at with any of that? Were you kind of up on any of those? All right, no, I'm even lost you at that point. Shit. Fuck me. Oh well. But you get how it can be easily related. And then what's fucked up about that story is I didn't know for sure that was happening. What happened was one day before Eclipse passed, I had asked him. I was like, I just have to ask, dude, is this fucking related? Because this is after I'd run PG13, or not PG, but the BX3 that I got from Guru. I'd run like a couple G13 hash plants, stuff like this, all kinds of shit. And then that purple indica came across. Somebody gave me that cut. And I want to give a shout out to a cat named Scrappy. In 2000 through 2000, everybody, I think certain people gave me shit because like, man, that dude's always got, a bunch of cuts and he's just out. Everybody, I think back in the day thought I was going to make a bunch of lines off all the cuts that I was getting and running and showing pictures of. Like I was documenting them to blow my own fucking horn. You see what I mean? So everybody was like, oh yeah, you're just fucking promoting. And I was actually doing that to show the people that gave me the clones what I could do with it. And that was it. It was just kind of like, and they were doing the same back, just not in public, being like, oh yeah, mine's looking a little better. And we were competing is with each other, being like, yeah, just giving each other notes. There's that, didn't have nothing to do with fucking ego or business and all that shit. And fuck, man, so many cuts, so many clones, so many just great fucking varieties. And then later, these last couple of years, like the last 4 to 4 years, I still had people sending me stuff. I just didn't know what it was anymore at this point. The last thing was like Old Sog. He had sent me Sin Mints, the Gelato 44, Poodle Nuts, the cut, 9-pound hammer, Dosies. And that's when I went. And then there's another jail story, unfortunately. I fucking lost my shit and fucking went to jail and lost all that a couple of years ago. And that's because I got in an argument with the guy at a deli about how they shaved my turkey. So I didn't even go down that time for any drugs or nothing. I literally went down for fucking resisting arrest and trespassing at Baker's because I argued with their deli manager about turkey. This is fucking So unfortunately, this was happening right before I was moving out, and I just started a bunch of genetics, and Old Sog had sent me those clones, and fucking yeah, I fucked that all up. So that was the last time I was like in a position to really do something I felt could have really come out, because I had the story about Michigan, that was a good year or so before all that. So now at this point I was back where I had started from. All the shit that happened in Michigan was way past, and so I was going to restart again. And so I had started a bunch of new seed lines and a bunch of stuff from my collection that I had regained and just restarted. And so I had some fantastic shit going. And then I fucked up, and my daughter and my ex-girlfriend and some other friends, like when I went to jail and they locked me up, they had to move my house for me. And all the plants died, all the seedlings. No one went over there and took care of anything. They just didn't understand what I was doing. And to anybody actually would have walked in there and been like, This dude's place is all packed. It's organized as fuck. And then you go in this room, and it's like a fucking jungle. And it looks like he's fucking getting ready to start some kind of botanical fucking nursery in there. So anybody would have walked in there like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Because it was, I was getting ready to move and I took everything out of my basement. Everything was broken down, but I was starting new seeds and I had mom secured. So I brought my 7x7 tent up into my bedroom. And it was fucking like sleeping next to my plants, getting ready to move with my fucking new seedlings. And, you know, I was just baby and stuff. And then I turned around and fucked it up anyway. So, but, what was I was going to get back to a point, not about that jail stint, but okay. Remember I was telling you I lost that first seed collection in 90 or in 2014. Okay, so then I got together with people, and this is before Michigan. All right, anyway, the last couple of years after what happened in 2014, like I said, I got a hold of people. I had restocked some of my genetics, and I had swapped some stuff and reacquired and bought new genetics, and we're starting to start another stock box. And then at the same time, the genetics I gifted to that guy that worked for Sagamartha for Tony that was in Colorado, the guy I'm going to go stay with here if I actually get my ass there or not. He had stashed a bunch of the stuff that I had given him too that I didn't know. And so he put it in this Nestle's chocolate container. And on Adam Dunn's show, if you guys watch one of those Adam Dunn shows where I was on there, you'll see me with this Nestle's quick container full of seeds. And that's what had happened was I went back to visit him and he's like, I got something for you. And he gave me all, and it fucking made me cry, dude, because there was some shit in there. That I was like, I had faux berry hybrids in there still. And like, I was like, no fucking way you got these. And I shit you not. Okay, remember how I told you guys when I came back from Colorado, I stunk and they hit me coming off the train? I shit you not. They fucking got all of them, man. They got them again. And that was the third time that I got hit for my seeds. Or yeah, the second. Because that was the kind of the rebuild, restock. And that was fucking tough. So now this batch that I got now is like a third plea to people that sent me back some of my stuff. But then on top of it, I did have people that I would leave stock with, that I like leave little stockpiles of stock that I'd be able to come back to and get from. And so I did collect. You know, I've been doing this for 35 fucking years now, I guess, damn near. So, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Whether people got faith in what I'm talking about, it doesn't even matter. I know there's people out there that still have like cherry AK-47 in seed form, fucking, that have these lines. They're just sitting on them. They just don't know what we're doing or talking about. They don't care. You know, they're happy, and they just don't need to bother with anybody because they don't need the hassle. But you know, the reason I make F-gens out of the stuff I have, and we do that, it's just like a natural function. You know, you want to make sure that line's secure. And who was talking? Texas Kid, I think, is one of the guys is like, yeah, I made a ton of LUIs. And I know he did because he sent me a ton because I went through them looking for Ortega. You know, we know that you know, we're all now kind of still looking for the sweet tooth lines again from Spice of Life, trying to get back that blueberry sweet pink grapefruit hybrid. And I got a fantastic sweet pink grapefruit haze from a guy named Rocky Mountain Buds like 15 years ago in seed form out of Colorado. Pardon me. So they're out there. It's just anybody under 30 or 35. I don't even know if they know the people that were in that. You know what I mean? I know you're about on the edge of that range, or maybe the 40s is where it stops. But I mean, I got the people that are 10 years ahead of me or 15 years ahead of me and then 10 years behind me that are still kind of connected to a lot of stuff we're talking about. But anybody on either side has no idea where we're at, you know, where we've been, or, you know, how that all went down. And if they do, it's just whatever they've been taught locally or read in a magazine, whatever. But
Well, brother, I'm gonna have to ask you for a part 2. Finish up the story.
Oh, cool! It's only 3:30.
Actually,
That wasn't bad.
well, It's 4:20 here. It's actually 4:28 here.
Oh
And I
shit.
wouldn't any other day, I wouldn't cut you off. But seeing how I've got to get up for an 8-hour tattoo tomorrow,
That's
I gotta
not
cut
a
you
problem
off.
with me because I'm ready to unplug from it. And it's like where we're at's at a good spot. We're like right where everybody starts. Like 2000, like 2005. And so that's a whole different era. And so it's probably a good place to be like, yeah, figure it out from there. Because I just wanted to give you guys a background and kind of what I'm about, and I think I did a pretty good job just giving you a perspective of how I see things and how I came into all the shit. And I don't stand on any soapbox at all. I think I'm in the school of hard knocks like most of us that are still here fighting it off and just trying to figure out what's going on and doing the best we can for ourselves and, you know, not trying to hurt it any more than it's been hurt. But very cool, man. Cool. I'm getting off early. I like it. Perfect. And I don't stand on any soapbox at all. Oh God.
And no, well, we're not early by any means. We're not early by any means. It is 4:20 officially, though. Here, anyways, that's
Yeah,
usually where I shut it down or try shutting it down. But
I was gonna say I'm gonna
any
do
other
a dab
night,
and finish your show off. I'm gonna do a dab with you guys, kick on the email, do one powerful one for the show.
you go. While the email's warming up, we could go over the finished details there. And that being that now that you have done the full episode, not many people do anymore do the full time slot. That's pretty awesome. We've had 3 this week, 3 in a row. Yeah, it's with you. That's with the full time slot. And that's pretty awesome. I love that. And it's been a great story. But you have most certainly earned your wormhole rights. That's for sure. And
Oh,
that Zoom link that you have now is the same link that is used for the wormhole. So
all right.
anytime that there's a wormhole, you can jump in anytime you feel fit. You
Yeah,
don't feel
no,
like you
this
need
is
an
cool.
invitation. That notification pops up and you want to pop in and come talk to us, you have the link. Please do. You obviously you have a lot of knowledge to share and
Yeah, not
you
only that,
can't wait to hear some.
yeah, we're just, and I still have notes like for Bingus, like, yeah, Smiley, Jack Greenstock, Red Pill, Johnny Candace, Green 13, Midnight Roots. Like, dude, I'm a little fucking out there, but yeah, Green Bodie. Got some questions and some
I love
topics.
that.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I love
it's just how I roll, man. And I really
no, I
appreciate.
seriously love that because a lot of times we get in night after night, or we have sometimes the conversation takes off on a natural curve, but
Yeah,
if we got somebody like yourself that can come in and go, hey, wait a minute, I've got a question about, you know what I mean? It helps, pop off another conversation. You know what I mean? We don't have to wait
big,
for it to, take.
especially
Yeah, I appreciate that.
yeah,
Yep.
right. And I honestly, all right, I like being challenged. Like I said, I was in culinary, and I don't know if you guys ever watched Gordon Ramsay, but it's not a pleasant experience, but that's part of the challenge is, I loved actually culinary is probably what drove me insane. The amount of stress and shit, between my exes and my kids and just life in general. But uh to me that's it's such a connecting factor to all of it and the way I look at it. And not saying there's the same kind of ego, but that's how I was brought up with just that. I don't know. It's kind of a passion, but like Ramsey's a horrible fucking uh representation of how bad it can get because I love that. I loved when, not that like I would kill to work for Gordon Ramsay. You know what I mean? A lot of people probably watch that guy and be like, what a fucking asshole. But dude, his sous chef name is Scott and my name's Scott. And I fucking would kill to be Gordon Ramsay's sous chef. You know, it's just, even though I know he's gonna fucking beat the shit out of me, you know, daily. It's just, I like that challenge in life, man. Cannabis is a very challenging subject in general, but at the same time, look how it all pays off for us. You know, you can make a great meal and learn how to cook something from your grandma and pass it on to your kids. It's just like growing really good pot and turning on your friends to that, and teaching, you know, your homies how to grow proper weed, and fucking that positive vibe that just goes, that continues in that direction instead of what usually can happen, like pandemics and greed and fucking all the other shit we're kind of having to deal with, you know, these last few years in particular. It was fun there for a minute until the pandemic really fucked shit up. That's for sure. That made it fucking fun. But all right, well, I'm gonna dab this with you guys. Cheers, fellas. This is I don't know, whatever. Yeah. This is just my home BHO that I make. I just make sure to buy really pure butane, and I use a 15-layer filter process, which is layers of silk screen and then layers of unbleached filter on top of that. So it's filtered a lot and then purged a lot, and just as clean as I can. I believe with butane, it's just real, got to be real careful about how much, you know, they put that chemical in there for that butane smell. I just go try to find butane as pure as possible. But then we have some rosin and then some isolate too. So there's all those, but that's just what this happens. Cheers, guys. Oh, fuck.
Cheers.
All right.
Take yourself out sweating.
A little bit. Yeah,
So
you sweat a little bit.
before you go, now you gotta go out sweating. We still gotta get the sound bite. You should have waited for the sound bite.
What's the sound bite?
I knew you would. Well, the sound bite is basically a commercial for this episode. It's the old school, like radio identification. Basically, in my words, it'd be, "Hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 370. You can add whatever you want to it, you know, make it your own. But when it gets played back, know that it is a representation or a commercial for your episode." So,
Right,
you know,
right. Okay. Yeah, just put us coughing. Put us hacking on there. Or sweating. What are we going out? We're going out sweating. Is that what it is?
but
Going out sweating. Oh, I'm glad I took a nap this afternoon because yeah, it's a little bit longer than I thought it was. That wasn't too bad though. I figured this was gonna run at least till 3, 4, or 5. So I'm glad I got a nap in this afternoon. That worked out good. But yeah, that went probably pretty quick. But yeah, fair warning. I told Adam, you know, when we talked about this kind of stuff, it'd take like 10 shows just because there's just too many. And so it's good that we got this done. And the wormhole is probably easier to drop in and talk basic, like a lot of the other scientific and all that stuff. So But I kind of want to give people an idea why I argue and the conclusions I come to and where I got the information I got. And I do, yeah, I appreciate you letting me do this because Adam really didn't give me the opportunity. Adam kind of kept his thumb on me and kind of played the way Adam does. I don't know how well you know Adam, so a lot of people do, and Adam's Adam. That's what it is. But I appreciate you guys, man. So this is all, we'll see where it goes from here. That's all I can do. But I really dig your guys' show. I really dig you, dude. You're an interesting character. But your whole group definitely seems to be not like the kind of folks that were there even 5-6 years ago. They're a lot of egos, which I haven't seen really. Go watch some of the other shows. You can see it. You know what I mean? Not your shows, but the other like breeder shows or the other where like two dudes are sitting there all fucking blinged out. Fucking, it's just not my shit, So yeah, I appreciate you guys too, man. For sure. And anytime we'll definitely be getting into more. You bet.
I hope so. This
Then
has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll send you some gifts so you can pass out genetics to people and all that shit, man. Because as long as it gets used, I mean, that's what it's for. Those little seeds, or each little seed's a little baby. We gotta hatch some of these little babies. They're all waiting to be born.
Funny you say that, because while we were talking tonight, I was probably very rudely double timing it, and I was packing. No, I've been moving the camera, but I was packing. Canifari was on another breeder a couple nights ago, about a week ago, and he was nice enough to send some gear. So I was packing up seeds, slaps, and T-shirts for some giveaways coming up soon.
Nice.
I was doing. So yeah, if you'd like to pass some stuff along and see it given away and all that fun stuff, yeah, it'd be cool.
Very cool. Done. Yeah, I just did a shirt. I'd done shirts before, a couple limited runs, and the one I'm doing now, I don't know if you've seen what I posted up. The latest one says disconnected due to inactivity. Have you seen that one? And this has more to do with me relating to my kids and kind of playing video games and the way we're all feeling right now, more than anything to do with cannabis. And so it's got my logo on it, but yeah, that's what it says across the chest, is disconnected due to inactivity, which is what happens when I play a video game and I walk away spaced off and I'll come back and it'll disconnect me due to inactivity. But I feel that way in life over the last couple of years too, because of the COVID. So it really, just where my mind ended up with that particular shirt for some reason. Oh. But yeah. All right, brother.
You still haven't done the soundbite. You walked right around it. Right around it.
What am I doing?
The soundbite. So basically, in your words, it would be something like, this is full AB Normal, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 370. You put whatever you want on it, but it's gotta have that. I gotta have.
Perfect. All right, dude, I'm high and kind of tired. I had no idea that's what you were looking for, man. That is so funny. All right, ready? I got you.
I'm ready.
All right, this is Foe20 of AB Normal on Talking Shit with Eagle. Episode 370. I hope. Does that work?
That works.
That was horrible, but I think I got it all. Oh, that was bad. You totally put me on the spot, dude. I totally felt that dab did not help. That dab made me so self-conscious, dude. It was horrible.
Oh, there's no reason to be be self-conscious. We're here to have some fun and talk cannabis.
No, I usually, yeah, I shouldn't. Yeah, that was funny. But that dab definitely hit me right in the face, so that's all good. All right, awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I get some rest, my friend. I'm going the same place as soon as I get here. I'm out of here. Hitting the bed. I'm hitting the bed early tonight. So
all right,
thank you.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. I appreciate it. Very cool meeting you, man.
Been awesome meeting you. I'm looking forward to seeing much more of you, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I
So
want to
thank
get
you.
up to Michigan to the events because I want to meet back up with DJ. And I've never hung out with Motor Rebel in person, and I think he's actually having some personal issues right now, so it's really not an issue. But yeah, I mean, Michigan's a progressive place, so you will be seeing me most likely up in that direction. I'd almost bet on it.
Good deal. Good
All right,
deal.
brother. Well, have a good night. Get some rest. I'm gonna do the same shit. Appreciate
All
everything, guys. Are we even live still?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
everybody. I appreciate it.
Shit, 86 watching still right now.
Okay, cool. All right, good. All right, we're all burnt then. Cheers, everybody. Till next time. Yeah, we'll figure out another one and either do the wormhole or another session, however you want to do it. Because I mean, there's a lot of pertinent information we can definitely still get into. That's not about me. It's just about what's happened. So I'd like to at least kind of keep it connected for sure.
Any night. Seriously, any night. There's a wormhole. You're welcome.
Cool.
You don't need an invitation. As long as it says wormhole, that's all you need.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm down. All right, sounds good, brother.
Right. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
All right, you too, man. Take it easy, everybody. Till next time. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I know I've had a great night. Sorry for kind of cutting it short, but I do have a long day for tomorrow. And but it was a great episode. I am very much looking forward to hearing from Foe20 Normal again. Wow, what tons of knowledge. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. Go back and watch this one. It was amazing. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tonight with T-Dog, 11:30. Thank you guys. I am out of here.